Yes, I'd like to make a reservation for one, please. I saw on the internet you said it was free. I don't like nobody looking at my phone. Please.
Good to see you again. This place is cool. Thanks for the hookup.
Chicka wow wow. It's a water closet. Water closet. Let me see that water closet.
Hey, Solomon is in control up there.
bit of a problem. Some Once the bus is secure, Demolitions is driving it to Sandy Shores. The pilot's going to LSIA. Here we go. Okay, you're splitting into 2 teams. Transporter, officer, you're the ground team. To start with, you'll collect our bus from the junkyard at Sandy Shores. Demolitions, you're the perimeter team. Hijacking the inbound Bolingbroke transport. The pilot's going to LSIA. And me, I'm gonna put up some smoke in a nice crowded public place. We've given everyone an AP pistol and a special carbine, so there's no fighting over who's the favorite. Demolitions has got a jerry can and some sticky bombs too. Let's get to work.
Shoot, Mr. Rodolfo.
Okay. So, are you ready? This should be pretty easy. I've kept it simple since you all seem pretty simple. In a good way. In a good straight ahead, low IQ kind of. Oh no! Let's do stop it. It's the new meds. Okay, armed robbery. Here we go. Whew. Here it is. Keep it simple. You go in heavy, you go in well armed. Some of you will do crowd control. The vault team will go downstairs, blow the first vault door with the thermal charges. Then use the card to get into the network and open the second vault door. And then look out, because you'll have about 2 minutes before
All right, here we go. The one we've all been waiting for. Put your masks on when you get in the bank. Then crowd control. You're on, well, crowd control. You get in their faces. Shout at them. Shoot near them if you have to. Just try not to kill them. I knew that would be cool. Demolitions, hacker. Your first job's to subdue the guards. Again, try and do it without killing them. And when that's done, go downstairs and hit the vault. I've given you special carbines with suppressors. Use them wisely. Like I said, this is a big deal, people. Don't fuck it up.
Mm.
control, get behind there and get your guns on the tellers. Now, there's a second gate that'll get you access to the lower level. Blow it. Let the hostages know what happens to heroes, yeah? This ain't the movies. Edgar, you're up. You've repackaged that other crew's hardware. Plug it into the access panel and get into the bank network. If you don't control the crowd or you have to pop someone, this thing's gonna get a whole lot more difficult.
Not more difficult.
That's it. The vault door's opening. Demolitions. Use the remaining thermal explosives on the titanium gates in the vault.
Well, my foot is asleep, bitch. Asleep. Then why y'all over there?
Boom! You're in! Get all the cash you can carry! What did I say about shooting at hostages? What did I say? Okay, now regroup back on the main floor.
You don't have to shoot me.
This ain't comfortable.
Right about now, the CEO of PAC Standard is calling the mayor. He's probably patched in the chair of the Union Depository, and they're all about to tear the ass out of the chief of police. The cops on the street will be highly motivated to bring you down, but you don't need to worry about that. Just get to Raton Canyon. I've got a plan. So, have any dye packs gone off in the bags? Do you know because you'd be covered in paint? No? That means the transponders worked. Thank you, Avi Schwartzman. You know when you'll have lots of time? When you're put in jail for robbing a bank and putting down a load of cops. You don't have time right now. Get out of there as quick as you can. Keep going, keep going. Don't worry about the cops. Worry about getting to the canyon.
Now he passed.
Use the bikes to get away from the cops and to get upstate. We left a dinghy at Raton Canyon. That's your exit plan. There's a route coming to your GPS now. It'll take you off-road, away from the cops, and towards our boat. Stay together or go a different way if you want, but this'll be the safest route. Go, 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 go! I like the way you operate. If this job had gone different, we'd be dealing with a whole lot more cops.
acquiring the Gaza Strip. Rula, like, what is this all about?
I mean, clearly there's now, it's an official foreign policy of the United States, the illegal occupation of a sovereign land, ethnic cleansing, which constitute on both counts, crimes against humanity. I mean, maybe Donald Trump doesn't remember, but July actually talked about Gaza and issued an order. And in the order says that Gaza is still occupied, that occupation is illegal, that Israel needs to end the occupation both of the West Bank and in Gaza. By the way, the other piece, he said he will decide on the West Bank next week, which means we don't know next week if he will allow Israel to annex it or not. I mean, in 30 years I've been covering foreign policy, I never seen a coherent, incoherent, lunatic proposition as such. He just put a target on every serviceman back tonight because the region is on fire already and he's setting the whole region further.
This feels, honestly, Josh, like the effective end of any hope that there will be a two-state solution. I mean, this feels like the end of it. For him to say that at the podium, it's not off the cuff, it's planned, it's part of a foreign policy strategy of this administration.
Right, and I agree with everything you said, and I think to have the President of the United States advocating for ethnic cleansing is horrendous and unprecedented and deserves no hearing. It also, to me, reveals a deep ignorance of the situation in the Middle East on the part of the President of the United States, because the plan that he articulated doesn't match any reality in the region. It has no chance of actually happening, because none of the Arab states are going to take 2 million people, and they're not going to leave anyway, and there's no mechanism to actually get them out if they wanted to leave, which they don't. And so the whole idea is based in a fundamental misunderstanding of what's going on in the region. So we've sacrificed our moral authority for nothing, for no tangible benefit, and undermined this aspire to peace deal that Trump said that he wants, undermining its own policy in the process. So it's really a triple lose scenario where Trump has undermined his own policy, he's undermined America's standing in the world, and he's tossed 2 million people into the abyss of an ethnic cleansing plan that we should all boldly stand against.
One of the things that disturbed me the most today is last night we were having this conversation about the Congresswoman misspoke about $50 million spent on condoms in Gaza, not understanding that it was actually the Gaza province of Mozambique. Right? We're talking about something totally different. Today we're talking about condos in Gaza, and it's amazing how the chaos that comes when this Trump administration shifts from one day to the next. My biggest concern with actually listening to this today was that he's talking about going in and rebuilding Gaza. He's talking about taking control of Gaza, but we still have dozens of hostages in Gaza.
I gotta see where he's going.
We're talking about Israeli hostages that have not been brought home. He's setting fire to the region, as one of you all stated. And not only is he doing that, but he's going at it alone. Because, Abby, the fact is, Jordan doesn't want this. Egypt doesn't want this. You know who else hasn't asked? Saudi Arabia and Israel. Israel is not saying that they want this.
Well,
and I
think that's probably up for debate.
Well, I'm not. Let me also be extremely clear. I'm not a Bibi Netanyahu fan. However, this is not a position. The United States and Gaza is not a position that's held by the Israeli government. I mean, that's a fact. So if you're going into this region where you don't have the support of Saudi Arabia, you don't have the support of Jordan, you don't have the support of Egypt, and you don't have the support of, well, regardless, then it seems as if this is misguided. And the last thing I'll say politically, these people, the American public voted to bring troops home. And you have this individual talking about Greenland, Panama, Canada, and now Gaza. That seems counterintuitive to the base.
Oh, and I know what he's talking about with the West Bank thing, by the way. You want the answer to that? I know exactly what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been debating internally, according to my sources, recognizing that as the United States of America, the renaming of the West Bank to Judea and Samaria. There's a bill about that. That's what they're talking about.
That was a waste of time.
I'd be careful saying this. I think it's really good. My feeling personally, and I'm speaking only as a person, I think Israel would only be acting on the property it already owns. I think Israel is entitled to Judea.
Come on, shoot viewers.
There are certain words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. There are communities, there are neighborhoods, there are cities. There's no such thing as an occupation.
This is illegal. This is illegal. This is what he just said. That is a violation of every international law. It's a violation of every convention that the United States, by the way, was part of. It's a violation of every, but also every UN resolution. It's a violation of International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court resolution. What they are saying tonight to the world and to the international community, international law is dead. It's dead.
Is international law dead? I think Rula is right in suggesting that that's basically what Trump is suggesting. Forcibly removing Palestinians from their land is against international law.
I think we're being a little dramatic and we're on our jump to conclusions, Matt, here a little bit. He muses occasionally. He muses occasionally. And
just to be clear,
it's
you're
provocative.
suggesting that we are making this up, or
no, I'm not suggesting anything. No, you're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying you and I both know he muses occasionally, and he's aspirational, and he says provocative things occasionally.
I don't look. I really don't want to interrupt you, but I just I think I have to come to my own defense here in saying Donald Trump, with his own words, said this is what he wants to do. He wasn't musing. He was looking down at a piece of paper. I've been in a room with him, just like that, with foreign leaders, looking down at a piece of paper. He is reading a statement that was prepared for him. Those are not music.
Well, Scott, what happened to America first? So I think the guy who was supposed to take us out of the endless wars, said he's against nation building. He ran against I am.
I know. Look, I don't know that I agree with the terminology. Here's what I think. It's provocative. It's an interesting conversation point. Donald Trump, he's the only person in the world speaking positively about this particular geography right now. And I will just say that in the first term, he did something rather audacious with the Abraham Accords, highly successful. He's always thought positively and aspirationally about the Middle East. And I would just ask all of you all who are enraged about this, how's it going right now? How's the current management doing? Not really all that well.
Answer you. And
Terrible.
That's because of Americans' weapons and American inability to enforce.
You're blaming us for the management problems in Gaza? Come on.
Wasn't doing a great job before.
Okay, let's be honest. We have a 58-year-old occupation that is illegal, that decimated people's hopes and lives, and I am the only Palestinian here. And I must say that it's honestly the fact that we are not able to put in perspective the history of that region. Before October 7th, hundreds of people were killed. After October 7th, still thousands and thousands of people are getting killed.
What happened on that day?
58 years.
What happened on that day?
You know what? What happened on that day is we had basically, a border that was, breached because we have a government in Israel, and as I am an Israeli-Palestinian government, we had a government in Israel that favored annexation and pogroms in the West Bank.
I'm just asking what happened that day.
I want to tell you something. We had a government, we had a prime minister who said Hamas is an asset. We need to finance Hamas. He's the one that sent to Doha the head of the Secret Service 3 weeks before October 7th to ask the Qataris to finance Hamas.
But you don't want to say what happened. You don't want to say what happened that day.
It's an atrocity that happened that day.
Yeah,
but
and where did it emanate?
That atrocity is it doesn't justify the atrocities and the war crimes and the genocidal campaign.
I totally reject everything you just said about genocide, war crimes. Israel has every right.
I don't want us to get off course because I think that it is easy to redirect this conversation about October 7th when what we're talking about right now is what happens today and tomorrow and what comes next. And I want to ask you just a follow-up to what you said. Hold on. Follow up to what you said. Trump is talking positively about the region, but in his view of Gaza, the Palestinians do not exist. How is that something that is positive for Palestinians? 2 million people that live there right now.
Yeah, he didn't give a lot of details about how he envisions the future for that population, and I certainly am not in a position to flesh it out either, because I don't know what he means by that. Here's what I do know. current management failing, a president of the United States who's speaking positively about what could be happening in that region, and you all talk about the Middle East being on fire. Nobody seems to want to acknowledge on whose watch it was set ablaze. And so,
Ding dong, ding dong.
I think sometimes he tosses things out, and it's just
Ding dong, ding dong.
Displacing millions of people.
I think it's also necessary, and I said this earlier, but the fact that
Ding dong, ding dong.
the fact we still have hostages, that aren't brought back yet, the fact that that seems to be somewhat of an overlooked portion of this.
We have a deal, not a great
not only that, I'm interested to see, and there are people smarter than me about this, but what effect does this have on any ceasefire deal? What effect
There's
does
no
it?
ceasefire, and he suggested that it might actually affect it, and
so that's my point. I mean, if there are people who have, the innocent men, women, and children of Palestinian babies and innocent women and children in their heart and minds at the forefront, then they want a ceasefire. We want a ceasefire. If there are individuals who want the hostages brought home, then they want a ceasefire so those hostages can be brought home. Today makes no sense in actually moving that ball down the field.
And what about these? What about the American families who don't want their loved ones who serve in our service to go fight another war overseas in the Middle East that he has no clear vision for? He talked about U.S. boots on the ground. That's a slap in the face to MAGA voters who specifically rejected the old neoconservative ideology. He sounds like we're
This is exactly what Russia and China have been saying. It's all about the land. Basically, nobody watched what the Chinese said tonight. They said, we know exactly what they want, the Americans. Gaza, outside the Gaza shore, they discovered oil and gas. So it's not only... This isn't a
Ding dong, ding dong.
One second. It's about colonialism. Donald Trump today, he proposed a new vision for America, and it's colonialism. And he's been proposing this for other areas, Panama and other places. But tonight he went further. He said, Palestinians, we will send them, left and right, whatever. And Palestinians, by the way, the millions of Palestinians, they have families in the West Bank. They have families in Jerusalem. I have families in Gaza, and my family lives both in Haifa, in Jaffa, and in the West Bank. We can move them there. Why not allow the women and children to move actually to where they have relatives? Why not allow the orphans? There's 38,000 orphans in Gaza. We have orphanage that are empty in Jerusalem, in the West Bank, in Ramallah, in Jenin, and elsewhere. But you see that the vision is actually bypassing the Palestinians and ethnically cleansing.
I reject one portion of your statement, which is to say that there was a new vision of colonialism for the United States of America. That I think that's as old as the United States of America. That's not necessarily a new vision.
The point that he's making is right.
No, but I'm also
just Trump is doing right now that is about grabbing land. There's no question about it.
No question, but I mean, this isn't a new
concept.
But in Mark,
invading Gaza is two very different things.
Ethnic cleansing versus anything else is different, but colonialism is not something that's new to the United States.
It's not,
and that's my only point. But also, can we just point out the fact that, Donald Trump is probably the most honest broker we've had in American politics in recent history, because nothing that he's saying, nothing that he's doing is not something that he didn't tell us he was going to do. Why are people surprised by this? Jared Kushner in March of last year literally said that Gaza would do what? Make great beachfront property.
All right, let me play it real quick. Let me play that.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Thank God I won one.
In Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods. You think about all the money that's gone into this tunnel network and into all the munitions. If that would have gone into education or innovation, what could have been done? And so I think that it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but I think from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up.
We're going to have to hit pause. We will be right back with more on this conversation. Rula, Jabril, thank you very much for joining us and bringing that.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Don't go anywhere. Lots more ahead. Coming up next, more on this explosive development, including whether it threatens the fragile hostage deal, plus more breaking news tonight. We are getting word that the Trump administration has offered buyouts to all members of the CIA. What this means for American security.
The Boeing 747 has crashed in the Lockerbie area.
It was the largest act of terrorism on the United States.
Okay. So, are you...
Ding dong, ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong.
Agate. Yes, you, yes. You look pretty, but you're giving me Antoine. Yes, you look pretty, but everything that come out of your mouth is gay lingo. Yes, you look pretty, but baby, if I close my eyes, I feel like I'm talking to a butch queen. Like everything about you is giving, yes, ma'am, yes, girl, henny girl, child, boo, down the house, boots. You pretty, and if you just shut your mouth, I probably would have just thought you was a regular girl. But because you are giving me Pendavis, Balenciaga, Garcon, Mugler, Tushy, the house down boots, it is giving. I think that is something that also clocks down. I think when you go, there's just some girls that when you go out in public, they can't cut that off. And I'm not saying that you can choose to be who you are, but sometimes that gets you clocked too. You think you're not. And I remember when I used to be younger, I'm like, y'all, I want to get my clocks on my own. Like, if I don't want to be out.
Offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, with results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight. Formula from Eli Lilly. It's not one, but two.
New ambassador over there, and so I think what he is communicating is it won't be the policy of the U.S. government to continue to nurture all of this fantasy of a two-state solution. I thought you were right.
For Israel, no state for.
Well, listen, it seems that the two-state solution is further away than it has ever been, and that's a tragedy for the people in both states because they both are going to live next to each other forever, and they both want peace and security. But what we've seen is that regardless of how... You think they both want peace? Yes, Palestinian people want peace. Do they? Yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're kind of running a terrorist. No, one thing nobody's talking about. The point of what I'm trying to say is that no matter what the political structure is, you're never going to get rid of the rights of the Palestinian people to have dignity and agency and some control over their lives and some control over their government, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, because that's what all people deserve, and that's a universal human. And Israel deserves to be able to live without having terrorists flying over and kidnapping them and murdering them and raping them.
Sure, we can agree. So if we agree on both of those things, then we can agree that there's no solution for the Middle East that doesn't grant the Palestinians.
Unfortunately, aggressors in this case.
You're talking about Hamas. You're not talking about necessarily just the Palestinian people. And one thing that nobody's talked about yet is how Republicans are going to actually feel about this. Lindsey Graham today, who's usually a Trump supporter, said, well, we'll see what our Arab friends think about this. So will Republicans finally stand up and say that this is actually something that they're going to oppose, as opposed to all the nominations that they're allowing to go through with not a lot of pomp and circumstance?
Well, my favorite line that I've seen tonight, Tom Tillis, a Republican from North Carolina, says, there are probably a couple of kinks in that slinky. But
that's the understatement of the
I'll have to
century.
take a look at the statement.
It's always good to imagine, what would they say if the party was switched? If Biden had floated this idea, what would Republican senators have said about him acquiring something else? They would have freaked out. And they often do this. Democrats do this too. They will not react to something equivalent because it's their side versus the other side. I think if you ask anybody, take out how they feel about this, it's a crazy.
You're a libertarian.
I'm independent. So I can look at this and I can tell you that most people, I know so many, I'm in Michigan, I know so many people who voted for Trump. They voted for him because of the border crisis, because of inflation, because of the economy, not because they want to go on another military adventure, this time invading the Gaza Strip.
A lot of Arab Americans in Michigan also voted for Trump.
Like I said, this is a big deal, people. Don't fuck it up.
And YouTube says, I'll volunteer the gospel. I want to be with people, but I want to be out with people who, man, do classified protection. And I wanted to get my fish to a level to where even if I'm with the girl, I'm still good. I want to get there, and I just keep the work done to get me to the point where the trade would be saying, "Oh, that's the man, but that's a girl for sure." Think about it, and it was something that I want to do. As I got older, did I feel like did it save me in some situations? Yes, but it doesn't. The point to me, I want to see in a world where it don't really matter. Stop bothering. It don't really matter if I'm happy or not. Stop bothering people. Leave people alone. Give people their rights. Let people be treated fairly. Don't really care. It shouldn't really matter on whether I am properly happy. Stop bothering. And when we make these arbitrary of what is acceptable for people to do, good or bad, we are part of the problem. If you are making these lines, if you're saying, well, if you don't look the part, then you shouldn't go to the bathroom. What do you say? What you're saying is, just like what you said, listen. Like this line that's up when it starts off with something. This line. So she was saying we on the same page. You don't look like a girl. But what you're telling them, these people, as a trans person, which I think is tuning, is a level of tuning, a trans tune. Tune spelled with a Q and a U, O-O-N, a trans tuning. What you're telling them is that if you don't look like a girl, we can come and put you out of the girl fashion. You deserve to be treated badly. But also, if somebody clocks you and don't feel like you look like a girl, you think you're giving them permission for where you're at. And I'm never going to do that. I don't think that's okay. somebody who thinks that no matter how you look, you should be able to do what you need to do. I think, maybe like a couple of years ago, there was a white trans woman on TikTok that was using a bathroom in her apartment complex, and one of the sisters was in her house, and then when she told them that she was trans, and when you look at her, she just looked like a regular white man with my stance was, it is not a cisgender woman. If you come into this bathroom, you got a beard, you got your long hair, you haven't done any work to make yourself be passable, and this cisgender woman, the culture that we live in, come into this bathroom and like, oh my God, it's a man in this bathroom. Older boomer, not used to the changes that are going on. And she come in, I don't think it's unfair for her to be like, oh my God, I feel unsafe in this situation. I don't think it's unfair for her to feel when you tell once it's clear that you are a trans person and there's no kind of then I think it's unfair for you to treat your trans regardless of how she feels. Once we see that this is a safe situation, and we tell it that this is a trans woman, and the people at your apartment complex know that you have been a trans woman for as long as you have been there, this is not a game. Then if you're still treating her like shit, I think you're tired. Once you realize it, like I think it's unfair to think I'm supposed to know what the fuck you are. So now I don't know what you got. I'm going to ask. What's the pronoun? That's why I can see it. That's why I don't disrespect you. But once you tell me, then my response or what happened to you because of transphobia and the nature of what's happening culturally and politically, these motherfuckers who don't like trans people now they can continue. I don't like that. And people like this trans woman is condoning. There's multiple situations. No, I don't remember her name. I know it was T.S. Madison that was talking about her, and her and T.S. Madison was going back and forth. She's an older, heavyset white woman, and she was using the bathroom, a single stall bathroom. This isn't a double stall. This is a single stall bathroom. And the woman was bothering her for going into the single stall bathroom at her apartment complex. Haley, I don't know her name, but she's an older, heavyset white woman, tall. She had some straggly, she had a beard, regular hair. It was weird. She was on 60. She did have a little straggly. And she was either going to take a ring or going to do something. There was a bathroom that was a single person bathroom, and the lady tripped her at her apartment. Like she went to her lease. It's like a leasing office bathroom. But she didn't just do it like walk around. That's another element. And I think that this is connected to the that some trans people are expressing with the non-white. Yeah, it's gray hair. I don't know her, but yeah, she does have gray hair. But she's been living her life in her shoes for a minute. She ain't got work done, but it wasn't like she run around as a boy. But she said, honey, I was going through a depressed time, so I couldn't say, and so she has Madison time to me, but you don't look the part, you don't go to the bathroom, or you don't go to that bathroom, Other people, they were having the same conversation that this man, don't look the part. This comes with the territory. And my stance on that is, when that same rule is turned on you because you don't look the part to somebody, and just because you shave, just because you put on the flyest lace front wig, just because you got all the body work, don't mean that this cisgender person don't know you trans. And if they think you trans, you a man for real, and you shouldn't be in this bathroom, that means to them, you don't look the part. You didn't pass. So now are they able to treat you badly? Since you're saying that this woman who don't look the part to you should accept that this treatment. But now that you there's an exception because you think you did all the stuff. I need you to stay together. Take a left down Vinewood Boulevard and dump down the alley to the right. Oh, it ever works. Those arbitrary lines about how you should put people on, how you should not put people. If it's just based on look, then we have a bullshit. You don't want to get surrounded. Move. Because then, if you start making it about look, it's a bunch of problematic shit. Oh, because you're big and fat, you're not feminine. So now you got to get into the rules of what's considered woman when you're feminine. You're so big and fat that you're not a girl. Oh, you're too dark for me. And dark skin is something with masculinity. If you was light skin or pale, then that's more feminine than dark. Black men, I think you get men because you're too dark to be running around here in women's clothes. Fine. You start having these weird ass, you're too tall, you're too big, you're too dark, whatever these weird ass shit that we always calling out. When it comes into the system of racism, colorism, sexism, all this kind of stuff. It starts getting weird when we have these arbitrary lines of what is feminine and what is masculine. And who determines it is the people, the layman. Because if you don't fit what the layman thinks is feminine, the lines that you can do on the bad side. Y'all follow me? Like, does it make sense? Because you can think you're comfortable, but that doesn't mean Scooby-Doo think that you are. And so if you're telling them that they have permission to treat you like shit and put you out the girl's bathroom just because you're comfortable, if Scooby-Doo Ellen, Mr. Scooby-Doo, fuck you, then that's you're saying that they have permission to put you out. Move in fire! Move in fire! Don't let them corner you! Now, right down the hill, take a right. I think that is an arbitrary line that across the road to the next alley. Everybody is not going to pass. That's an arbitrary standard that everybody is not going to pass. Including some of your friends, including you. In every situation, you might pass it sometimes, but in every situation, you might pass it. It's weird. It's complete. think the cisgender people on this panel, you're giving them a bad message. To me, you're giving them a bad message. People be really worried about the wrong things about trans women in public, women's toilet, when they need to be worried about the cost of living and the Trump raising tariffs 25% to make it worse. I agree. I agree, but when it comes to that stuff, this is how I feel. When it comes to that stuff, this is how I feel. This is how I feel about that.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Clear the way.
That's how I feel about that. I'm a mind my fucking business. I'm a mind my fucking business, man. Alright, another example.
I need you to stay together. Left down Vinewood Boulevard and duck down the alley to the right. Go, 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 go!
Alright, so some more food. So this is somebody that I've years ago locking up.
Now, further down the hill, take a right.
So let me play.
I need to hear this. All right, hear me out. Because this right here is about to shift your whole mindset. If you want your man to treat you better, give you more, step up at home in the relationship, guess what? You gotta step up too. Just like women in great relationships. Gay fathers often take on the roles, the nurturing role, but sometimes egos get in the way. And that's where everything starts to fall apart. All right, let's break this all the way down. In gay relationships, a lot of fathers naturally take on the roles that mirror those of women in straight relationships. Think about it. You want to feel cared for, protected, and prioritized, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But here's the thing, just like women want our men to step up and be more dominant, you have to understand that men, whether they're straight or gay, respond to energy. Here's a scenario. You're frustrated because your man never plans a romantic date. Instead of nagging him, you never take me anywhere. Try flipping the script. Say something like, babe, I love when you take charge of planning something for it. All right, let's talk about it. Bottoms, I need to hear this. All right, hear me out. All right, let's talk about it. Bottoms.
Will you shut the fuck up? My comment was, imagine bringing in straight people's foolishness into gay relationships. All while most of them straight people think your lifestyle is unnatural. You are trying to bring in straight people's shit. The straight.
one and only. What can I get you? Hey, do you think of money? Nah.
You want to bring in straight people shit to gay stuff. Imagine having the luxury of being a queer person. The luxury of being a queer person. And I want to mimic my queer life and rule behind these clowns who barely wash their ass.
Okay. So, are you ready? This should be a pretty...
Doctor about Aptitude. At Fisher Investments? Yes, and as a fiduciary.
Explain why. Explain to me. Why would these clowns are flying to other countries. This is how stupid they are. And you want to mimic them? They are flying to other countries to get traditional women because the Western women are all about money. But going to other countries, poor countries, to pick up women who only marry them for their money. And then when they get them over here and they leave them, when they get their citizenship, they're confused. This is the people that you want to mimic by? This is the relationship and the dynamic that we want to borrow from? The cisgender heterosexual dynamic? The men are out here intentionally creating broken homes, getting 8, 6, 12, 13 baby mamas.
suppressors. Use them wisely.
They out here prioritizing having children out of wedlock. I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. I'm just saying that this is the issue that they're having over there. We want to mimic what they're having over there. Is that smart? You want to mimic the misogyny of women onto gay male models? I just don't think I'm tripping. That's getting died in their child support. Period. I just don't understand. Like we got out of the frying pan and we trying to get into the so what we were when they fell in when the poison poppies and and Scarecrow Michael Jackson was like the frying pan and it's skillet. It's just crazy to me. It doesn't make sense to me. It is crazy. That's crazy. And people talk about Armand as a guy. Billions of dollars of goods in American cars? Okay. That's just okay. Next.
Demolitions through the first gate. Crowd control. Get behind there and get your guns in the tellers. Now, there's a second gate that'll get you access to the blow it.
Believe me. I got to blow it. Okay. You can make those smaller. Forsaken including the pink bombs. Definitely not giving top energy. And who is letting you top? Listen, I don't want to be problematic in that way too. Anybody can be a top, anybody can be a top. You running around giving.
Explosives on the titanium gates in the vault.
Can't tell me nothing about a relationship. Somebody said fish get caught. Yeah, but and I'm talking to the group, but it also works on the other side. Jerry, go in the bathroom when they get the box, push right past it. You gotta hold the goddamn children.
Oh, God.
Because of these arbitrary.
Let's get out of this alive.
That bitch said, let's get out of this alive.
We done seen it. We done seen the girls get wore out in the bathroom and they got the vaginas and the ovaries. have the period every month. My flow comes faithfully, and you still getting clout. Honey. And when the guy gets the you ain't heard that from me. But they be gagging. I saw this girl recently on one of those balloon pops. You got do it. All the trains to say balloon. I was like, wait a minute, but she was actually a cisgender woman. The balloons are popping, baby. She did sound like Bob the Builder. This has to be what? I mean, that pussy getting pussy, boy, pussy. We know this is the pussy. But them balloons was getting popped. Pop, 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 pop.
Use the bikes to get away from the cops and to get upstate.
Kathleen Turner.
That's your exit plan.
A bunch of hoes out here. I feel like Beyonce got
It'll take you off-road, away from the cops, and towards our boat. Stay together or go a different way if you want,
I feel
but
like
this will be the
some of these
safest
hoes
route.
got these guys up. For me.
I like the way you operate.
My mama had
This
these
job
hoes.
had gone
For me.
different. We'd be dealing with a whole lot more cops.
Yeah, it was posted on this bush cleaning that he posted. I don't know what's the name. It was Drake Brew or Drake. And it's similar to the BBL shit. Now, I'm from the South. Now, this is grew up in the Midwest. I've been around Southern girls. So, seeing girls with like picnically perfect asses, like stripper level asses, BBL level asses, but natural, that's not a uncommon thing. My cousin, people used to be like, God damn, this is before it wasn't no BBL. No. It's natural. Her ass was just ass. It was like women, men, gays. So when we see the line up, it's like, damn, this way to get out of wedding ass. And when I was in college, there was girls like that. Where I'm like, yeah, right. But nowadays, because BBL is so popular, y'all will see a natural ass and look at that. I see people that I'm like, I know that ass. Because I remember her from the movies in high school. And people in the comments talk about BBL. We know the weird looking BBL. But it's some BBLs that look natural, and there's some natural that look like BBLs because it's under silence. And I think that's how the passability trans or cis situation is nowadays. Technology has come very, very far. Nature has always been nature, like actual nature. There are men, even non-trans, there are men that if you cut all their hair, cut their hair off, or you put them in a skirt, you put them in a actually, there are some men that look like women, even if they're not trying. I remember I know my cousin Kiki. Kiki has a gay brother named Tinker that he's singing with her. She also has a straight brother. He's a bishop. He just got one. Shout out to Kiko. When we were younger, Kendall, one time, we spent a night over at his house. We laughed and blah, 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 blah. And we making fun of Kiki. The straight brother go in there and put on Kiki's wig and Kiki's dress. And Kendall, that's what I'm talking about. Kendall came out the room and his body was so fucking snatched in that dress. His hips was like, wait off his man. And it was like, whoa. Nobody looking banging in his dress. Just natural. When me and Child was younger, she always been a girl. And she always been cakey. When she was smaller, everything was smaller for her, except for her fucking ass. You see that boat in the creek? So, when we were younger, we all running around in. She 5'4", ass lacow, ain't got to wear no pants at all. Body looking bang. But she was stacked. And it looked finished. It looked finished. And have you ever had a look at work? So even in the regular people's natural body, there are some nuances that's thick as fuck. That's like, they can be thick, they can be, it's kind of like when we see those,
Got him.
look at, Brittany Griner.
And
Got him.
displace a lot of people. What he's not addressing is that this is in the mind of the Palestinians, their homeland. The Geneva Convention has pretty strong wording about how forcibly move people from their homeland. And it's not at all clear to me that Jordan or Egypt, which already have huge Palestinian populations, would see this as anything other than a major threat to their own stability.
Aaron David, we bring you into this because Trump is suggesting that the roughly 1.8 million Gazans who are in Gaza should go someplace else, really commit to letting them return or to aiding in that in some way, shape, or form. What do you expect the international response to be should this massive displacement occur?
I expect things are happening, and it's great to be here with Cedric. I don't give much attention to the
conceit called the international community, because if you look at the last 15 months, the wider international community has been divided, self-interested, feckless, and unwilling and or unable to ultimate the objectives of war. I think, though, if I may, I think we may have missed the real story. I mean, I understand why the attraction is. It's an extraordinary proposal. He was reading some notes, I might add, which suggests to me that this has been discussed with the Israelis. And that's my point here. The real takeaway from this meeting, other than an unserious proposal from an unserious man, is the reality that there is absolutely no daylight between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. Anyone who thought as a headline that somehow this would be a meeting in which Trump would lower the balloon, push Netanyahu through the second phase.
I'm a little embarrassed. Okay, the money. Here. And here.
His right wing as to why it's important to go through the first phase to keep Trump on Israel's side and maybe even get somewhere through the second. Because he's basically saying to the right wing, look what this man, our friend, my friend Donald Trump is going to do. He's going to take care of Hamas. He's going to force the Saudis to pay for reconstruction. He's actually going to help depopulate Gaza, which could facilitate Israeli settlement. I don't want to give President Trump too much credit here, but there's no question that he armed Netanyahu with a set of talking points that would be very effective in helping him politically at home at a very critical moment.
Well, that certainly would explain the smile that was all but permanent during the duration of Trump's comments on these issues. Even Netanyahu suggesting with a smile, I'm paraphrasing here, this is just the first 2 weeks. Imagine what could be done in 4 years. A question I think that cuts both ways. Colonel Layton, let me bring you in to this part, because assuming that assessment is true, that the belief is that the United States will handle Hamas, the United States will facilitate the desires of Israel. Trump didn't rule out deploying troops. So what kind of operation would this require to try to aid in the displacement of every person there and rebuild the country? And I would note, I can imagine that that would be met with some hostility.
Yeah, to say the least, Laura, I think it would be met with hostility as well. Keep in mind, Hamas still has fighters in Gaza, and they're still fairly numerous in spite of all that Israel has done to destroy that particular guerrilla outfit. So the way it would look would be a huge logistical undertaking. Remember the pier that was attempted during the Biden administration that basically failed at the end because of high seas and other logistical issues. That was designed to help with the humanitarian aspect of the Gaza problem. So that's just one small part. There'd have to be a huge airlift that would go in there. The Israelis at any one time kept at least 10,000 troops in Gaza during the height of their efforts, and more, of course, of the rotated troops. So you would see a deployment of somewhere between 10 to 20,000 U.S. troops potentially in a situation like this, plus air cover, plus intelligence assets, plus logistical assets of various types. We'd have to bring in Navy assets, so it would be a very large undertaking, and it would be one of the things that would really force us to take the eye off the ball in other areas, such as Ukraine, such as Taiwan, such as other parts of the world where the president has also expressed some interest. So this is a major area that would require a recalibration of U.S. military resources as well as intelligence resources, and it's something that I don't think has been thought out very carefully.
Now that raises a particularly ominous point, David, the idea of taking one's resources and reallocating them across or focusing on a particular area. What would that portend for other controversies and potential conflicts? But I want to hone in on a point that was earlier raised. Trump said that Jordan, that Egypt, they would, quote, give us the land we need, unquote, to house Palestinians up. I recall that both countries have already publicly said that they would never do that. So what would change now?
Well, I'm not sure much necessarily would change. The King of Jordan is supposed to be in Washington next week, and I guess we'll have a chance to hear from him. But he's already got a huge Palestinian population that is in many ways destabilizing to his own country. Just go back for a moment to the point that Cedric was making here. President Trump, in his first run for president, made a big case, understandably so, for ending the forever wars that locked the United States down in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it's a little bit surprising to hear him talk about the possibility of a major and what would have to be sustained for 15, 20 years U.S. presence there. It's also going to divide his own administration. He's hired people who believe we shouldn't be in Ukraine or the Middle East, devoting those resources to the Asia Pacific and particularly to containment of Chinese power, for defending Taiwan. And it's going to be a really interesting argument if this one, continues along those lines. And then try to convince Gordon and Egypt.
Everyone, thank you so much for your insight. This is the very beginning of trying to unpack all that has transpired just this evening. Washington included. They're trying to digest all of this news, and Republicans themselves, apparently, they didn't have that heads up on what was going to happen this evening. Senator John Cornyn saying, quote, I don't know what to make of it. Senator Lindsey Graham called it an interesting proposal, but added it could be, quote, problematic. And yes, Senator Tom Tillis saying, quote, there are probably a couple of kinks in that slinky. Yeah. I want to talk about the domestic implications with Shelby Talcott, White House correspondent for 7-4, Lance Trover, a Republican strategist and former spokesperson for Doug Burgum's 2024 presidential campaign. Also here, Alexia Johnson, a former senior advisor to the Biden 2020 campaign. Shelby, let me begin with you here. You were in the room when that announcement was made. I was watching it on television, and I could feel the collective gasp that was happening. Tell me about the reaction in that room. Was there true shock and surprise this had actually gone down?
Yeah, there was shock, and actually you saw all of the reporters sort of checking their live transcripts, and I heard whispers of people saying, is this what he said, sort of confirming before they tweeted it out. So yeah, a lot of people were surprised by this. And I was getting texts during the press conference from people close to Donald Trump who were also surprised by this and who were actually sort of wondering whether or not his proposal was serious. And in fact, it is serious, because just after the press conference ended, we spoke to White House officials. They've been posting on X, and they're saying that this is a 100% serious proposal by Donald Trump. Their argument from the White House tonight is that we have done things for so long the same way and it hasn't worked. And this is a new proposal. It is time to shake things up. If the old way hasn't worked for decades, why not try this?
Well, he has, in a way, did something like this before. Listen.
It could be better than Monaco. It has the best location in the Middle East, the best water, the best everything. It could be the most beautiful place, the weather, the water, the whole thing, the climate. It could be so beautiful. It could be the best thing in the Middle East, but it could be one of the best places in the world.
That was a few months ago, I would say October of last year. But he also campaigned on America First. So you heard what Cedric Layton had to say about the undertaking militarily and otherwise this would actually entail to do so. So could this be consistent with his policy of America First?
I don't know what could be more America First. We're talking about a region that has been mired in terrorism and war that has cost us trillions of dollars. It has cost us manpower and man hours and troop involvement over there. I mean, it's one of the great problems we have in this world. Yes, this is a bold proposal. It's Donald Trump. I would expect nothing less from him. But it's an outside-the-box proposal into what Shelby was talking about and what the administration is talking about. What is wrong with saying, what are the other options? Because Hamas would love nothing more than to go back to exactly the way things were. To move back into Gaza, to use the Palestinians as human shields, and go right back to creating terrorism and trying to destroy Israel. So for me, it's like, yeah, nothing else has worked. Let's take a shot at something else.
Doesn't an America First policy just necessarily entail that American troops are not at risk of having to carry out another nation's bidding? And this would be essentially American troops responsibly on the ground undertaking military operations. That's not exactly calling America first.
Well, again, I mean, you're talking about a region that has created some of the worst terrorism this world has ever dealt with. I mean, when it comes to our national security, I think as I was saying earlier, America first and protecting the homeland.
Talk to me, Alexia, about
Yeah.
Long-standing business ties, and after much negotiating, we were able to hijack the sale. He does not come cheap. When I started doing this, you could buy an agent back for 2 good goats and a kilo of opium tar. Now it's 100 pounds of $100 bills. Well, that's the tech boom asset bubble for you. Yeah, first it's $1 million apartments and sand for your
Why are you hiding?
then your coffee costs
See?
$40 a
Why you over there?
bus stops got a Wi-Fi connected smart coach in it for corporate use only.
Has been very interesting, as we have seen since October 7th. Right? You have some Democrats who
Just a taste of testosterone for her to just look like a regular nigga. Based on what she got naturally right now. Easy, her voice is fucking deep. She barely got any titties, if that. Do you know how easy it would be for Brittany Griner to be like this most sickening, passable trans man if she just one drop of motherfucking testosterone? Yes, I know Dougie. Douglas. If you go on my page on Instagram, I got a picture of me and Dougie. Years ago. On my Instagram.
Studying the prep photos, I found an old security cam I could patch into.
It seemed like the testosterone was already there before the period. So, everybody has these things about them that could, you know, travel the line of what's moving and what's happening.
Photos and bring up a scan of the place. Put the guys on your radar now. They got 14 at the end of the dry dock. Go get him. Deal with Merriweather. Do you know what that agent's worth to them?
This has been extremely stressful. Fight me, you idiot. I'll kill you!
Okay, Merriweather are down. We've stopped them from selling the agent. Go to Agent 14.
Thank God you got here before Avon's people. Now let's go.
I'm seeing some strange activity to the north of you. Take cover, quick! Okay, just hack something together. Sending an update to your goggles. System installed. You got new functionality. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, we're not doing this.
Whoa! We out of there? We safe? Obviously not quite yet, but almost. Man, that was intense. You feeling jacked? I'm definitely jacked. Major endorphins. Hey, for a bunch of no-good murdering bank robbers, you sure are good at doing the right thing. We're not so different when it all comes down to it. Ambitious, results-driven, sociopathic tendencies. It was not nice getting caught. I do the same run every morning, only this morning, I was drugged and in an upright spinner bag before my pulse hit 80. I should have changed my routine. Too predictable. Or maybe just stop posting running times to social media. But what's the point in running if no one knows about it? What's happened while I've been gone? Is Avon Hertz president? Is this Clifford AI powering the internet? Hey, don't worry. Rackman will debrief me in full. I know the bombs haven't dropped.
So
That's
it's just
good
these
enough.
things that.
Gotta stop that son of a.
So I'm saying all
very
that.
bad
These
mother.
lines, these arbitrary lines about. It is 53 people in here. Thumbs up. Make sure y'all thumbs up and engage with the content. Because it hasn't been. I see only like 24 people who have actually thumbs up. 25 now. Who else? Thumbs up.
Thanks for the ride. Be good, okay?
Brittany could get it. Brittany is fine. So I just think it's quite that people, you see these common people that straddle these people. So making these arbitrary decisions about what is feminine, what is not feminine, it can get real spicy and it can make other people who fit all the standards. And I think this is what people don't understand about biology. There is no line that you could make that every single human fits. People love to say, but you can't, you not a woman because you can't have no babies. There's cisgender women who can't have no babies. That's a point that we all have made, we all have heard. And then motherfuckers get to scrambling because that line, everybody don't fit. You ain't got no real vagina. I got a God-given vagina. Yeah, but there's people who are born and they don't have a vagina. There's some people who say, if you get a hysterectomy, you're taking away your womanhood. Or there's people with, you ain't got no weak, you get down to the chromosomes, you still got a Y chromosome. There are some boys who have a Y chromosome that because they are androgen insensitive, and it's really, really common, because they're androgen insensitive, their penis doesn't develop. And so when they come out of the womb, they look like regular girls. But they can't have babies. They can't have babies, and they're sterile. They don't know it until somebody does a test on them, and they realize, oh, baby, you were supposed to be a girl. You were supposed to be a boy. Your genes say that you're supposed to be a boy. No, that's another thing. Everything ain't intersex either.
So as a board-certified gynecologist, I've taken care of many women with infertility, and sometimes we can't find anything wrong, so we'll check their chromosomes, and it turns out that they have XY chromosomes. And further testing usually shows that they have a condition called androgen insensitivity syndrome. Inside the uterus, We will all develop into females if not exposed to androgens, which are male hormones. The Y chromosome is responsible for producing androgens. Some people, some fetuses, have a condition called androgen insensitivity syndrome. And even though their bodies are producing testosterone and other androgens, their body doesn't respond to it. And so they develop into a perfectly normal-looking female. However, they have XY chromosomes. They move through society as women, they marry men, and the only time a problem comes up is when they can't get pregnant. Because XY males cannot get pregnant. But they've been in society as women, they never knew the difference. You never knew the difference. So what do you call these people once they find out that their chromosomes are XY? Please feel free to look it up. It's androgen insensitivity syndrome. And the complementary syndrome that happens to women, or that happens to XX females in utero who are exposed to testosterone, is that even though they're XX females, the androgens that they're exposed to, usually from their adrenal glands, so this is called congenital adrenal hyperplasia, cause them to develop into into a male phenotype. So they have a penis, they have all the other things that men have, but they usually don't produce sperm. So we call them men in our society because that's the role that they carry. Obviously, I don't see them in my office because I'm a gynecologist, and as far as they know, they're men. But it's much more complex than people like you would make it seem. And I would hope that knowing that even in nature, things don't always go as you expect it to go, would cause you to lend a bit of mercy to other people who have varying degrees of desire to fit into different roles in our society. Hey, if it doesn't affect you, I guess I'm wondering, why do you care?
I love when educated people get on here talking their shit. A board certified gynecologist who comes across people. A board certified gynecologist who comes across people. A board certified gynecologist who comes across people. A board certified.
Oh, they ready, bitch. Oh, they ready. Oh, wait, no. Oh, they ready, bitch. Oh, they ready. Oh, they ready, bitch. Oh, they ready. Ding dong, ding dong.
When Caroline has a cough, she takes Robitussin.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Hey, Jim, can we talk about Casual Friday? For sure. What's up? Get fast, powerful cough relief with Robitussin and find your voice. Before you go to extremes to fix sagging, wrinkles, or sensitive acne, Olay Regenerate. Olay boosts skin cell regeneration to firm human hydration volume. Perfect skin.
We thought it better if our agents guarded the Chernobog at a location they could defend, the construction yard. We're providing a second vehicle for you to use as an escort to the missile launcher. An agent ULP has been advised
I decided to go for GLP-1s because dealing with insurance is always sort of nerve-wracking. Having the team at Remote help me navigate the insurance was a huge relief. It's left me with more time to do all the things that I love. Since losing weight, I feel motivated, connected. I'm ready to go. If I had to do this on my own, I may not have done it at all.
To see if you qualify, go to pro.co/TV.
Wayfair helps all of us create a home we love.
Wayfair Bob at our place. West.
But we all Thursday, love, things. In the neighborhood, there's a place for all.
Anthony Davis. Already nominated on the court. I'll just make it be with you. That there anything else like that which remains, I guess.
Well, first it was the FBI. Now it's the CIA that's facing a major shakeup. America's spies agency is being offered sweeping buyout. CIA staffer has been in exchange for about 8 months pay. The move is meant to weed out those who don't support the MAGA agenda, and the buyout is meant to support the agency's new goals of targeting drug cartels and undermining China. Meanwhile, over at the J. Edgar Hoover building, it's even more tense. The FBI today filed with the DOJ demand, complied with the DOJ demand to get information on thousands of agents who worked January 6th cases. We're talking about ID numbers, job titles, not names. Several FBI agents even filed a lawsuit accusing the DOJ of conducting a loyalty purge. The director of the FBI, Brian Driscoll, has tried to stand in the way, defending the rank and file and becoming one of the demons here holding the way. The AI memes like this one, celebrating him for pushing back on the agency's purge. But soon, Driscoll will have to face new boss, the newly confirmed Attorney General Jim Bondi, who begins her first day tomorrow. Lots to get to on all of this tonight with National Security Attorney Mark Zaid and former top counterterrorism executive at the FBI, Christopher O'Leary, who's currently a senior VP for global operations at the Shipping Group. Thank you both for being here. Chris, we begin with you. I want to know what your reaction is to now CIA employees, all of them really, being offered buyouts combined with the FBI. Wondering, isn't this put Americans in danger?
Well, the simple answer is yes. The combination between the FBI and the CIA are two of our primary agencies responsible for our national security. Whether it's counterterrorism, great power competition, you name it, from head to toe, those two organizations are what protect America along with the Department of Defense. Eroding the workforce or getting after the morale and really empowerment of the workforce is going to have a direct impact on national security at every level. It will also have, the FBI standpoint, a real impact on fighting crime on the streets, which is what this administration says they want to do. But FBI and the leadership, they run those violent crime task forces with state and local partners, and they run transnational organized crime task forces around the world. So really reducing their ability to do all of this is going to have a measurable effect on the crime in the United States and in the region.
I can't imagine having that level of turnover. It is at this moment in time, Mark. And I think the big question is, suppose these employees say, no thanks, I don't want you back. Does the DOJ have the legal authority to then remove these agents, remove these analysts?
Well, that's a good question. Look, the FBI has a lot of civil service protections in the normal world. I've represented FBI personnel for almost 30 years or so, maybe more now, I guess, and all the agencies. And I mean, even at the agencies where the director could actually legally remove someone without any due process, and that does exist at a number of the agencies, in statute, in regulations, they don't
doing. I've had one case in 30 years, and I've never come across another. Because all the agencies have always believed in due process. But now, when Robert Hansen got arrested by the FBI for spying for Soviet Union, Russia, he didn't get due process. There's a national security exception to fire employees or something of that nature. But for working on an assigned criminal matter that was prosecuted across the United States for attacking the Capitol, and yet somehow you get fired for that with no process. I mean, even if you just get fired for that with process, that's just not the system we are used to, nor should we tolerate.
Well, Mark, I mean, you went from hearing about one to you may have scores, frankly, of members of these organizations who are looking for representation. You represent a number of the FBI agents already. What are they telling you about how they are feeling about the prospect of not only our security, but how vulnerable they are to being let go?
Well, I can say not just from the FBI, since obviously those buyout offers have gone to many agencies. They are demoralized. These are individuals who, for example, the lawsuit we filed today against the FBI, I think the shortest term was like 8 years of service, a couple of roles for 20, almost a quarter of a century. And all agencies, when they woke up to get an email from OPM that was, you read it, just insulting, was basically saying, look, we don't really need you any longer. If you want to take the buyout, need riddance. And these are really dedicated folks from the I mean, I think that's the bottom line in these agencies. And the amount of experience that we are about to use and the extent to which that will harm American national and domestic security, you can't even actually articulate the degree. I mean, forget about whether or not tax returns are going to be filed or processed properly, or you just name any type of institutional, your social security checks. You know how slow things go in the government in the normal time? You can imagine when there's 10%, 20%, 30% less.
Chris, just hearing that information, okay, to think about how this could be viewed internationally, how people will be able to share information with us and trust in them. Frankly, a dearth at that point of institutional knowledge and cases that are ongoing that have nothing to do with January 6th whatsoever. He has become something of a kind of hero for the FBI's rank and file. He initially refused to give the names of the agents to the DOJ. What is this next day?
Take off on the protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution. Executive Bureau. We're focused on the work. People we can go run with, a party. People we can go run for, America.
You actually worked with him. How do you think he's handling what, frankly, is an unfathomable position?
So, that's the FBI. He's a humble professional who made an incredible reputation based on his work and his courage and his bravery and his humility, and that's all being demonstrated in front of all of us right now. The acting deputy director, they both have incredible operational experience. Nobody's ever heard of them before. They have not really spent much time in Pittsburgh, but they have been in the field protecting this country. He was on any body when he stood up last about it. He is, carrying out justice with integrity and strength and courage. And that's what we should expect in our leader. And he's focused on two things. The mission of the FBI, he wrote care of his people, and that's what you should have in a leader. And that's what he is really demonstrating in the country. The FBI who feel really persecuted right now. We won't suffer unless we change this dynamic.
Mercedes, Christopher O'Leary, thank you both. A first for this country, A New York doctor criminally charged for allegedly sending abortion pills to a girl in Louisiana. But New York is taking it down. The governor saying he'll never turn the doctor over to Louisiana, but an advocate for the charged doctor. Next.
Friday night, bring your A game. American Sexual Wellness and includes Albertan, a prescription medicine kit for infected with HIV. Helps give you continuous protection when taken in and is proven superior to once daily PrEP in reducing the risk of HIV. You must be HIV negative first and get tested before each injection. If you think you're exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, call your doctor right away. More HIV testing may be needed. Aperture does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex to reduce your risk. Aperture is scheduled. Missing doses increases your HIV risk. Don't take Aperture to the Good medicine that may interact. Tell your doctor about the side effect is injection site reaction. One of those. Which one's in? Thank you. Hey, I found it.
Well, I'm getting the work.
Yeah, I'm contemplating the same.
You might serve me right to get killed in a helicopter. Where you wanted me.
Excited.
Yeah. I know. Literally.
Work hard. You deserve to scroll hard. President's Day sale. Find the lazy spot you've been missing. Savings for 48 months.
We've earned our lazy time. What she said.
Hooray! President's Day sale going on now. Lazy. Long live the lazy. I'm Angela Montgomery in Tokyo, and this is CNN.
The safe house is inland from there. Keep following. Watch the 6.
Tonight, a landmark abortion case highlights the divide in America and delayed. Louisiana wants to prosecute a doctor in New York State for sending abortion medication to unsafe lives. They're charging Dr. Margaret Carpenter for allegedly prescribing to a pregnant minor in Louisiana. And this case appears to be the first of its kind. Louisiana's been attorney general said
Come on.
it's about forcing somebody to have an abortion He didn't look well, unquote. The prosecutors on a given his mother professed medicine and gave it to her daughter. The daughter called 911 after experiencing a medical emergency. That's when officers discovered a doctor from New York pills. New York governor, who says it's not going to comply with any extradition order, and signed a new law allowing doctors to withhold their names on abortion prescription labels. With now, Vidya, she's the co-founder of Abortion Coalition and advocates for access to telehealth abortion in all 50 states. Well, thank you so much for joining. First, you know Dr. Carpenter. What do you think is an indictment like this on doctors like that? This is part of the anti-abortion movement's plan to try to remove access to safe and effective abortion nationwide in this country. They are really working towards continuing what the Supreme Court started when it took away Roe versus Wade. Julie, when you look at this, I wonder how your group is going to respond to this indictment. Obviously, there's a grand jury in Louisiana calling for the extradition. The governor is saying that's not going to be the case, and there's some movement in terms of being able to not have a doctor's name on the labels. But this is a case-by-case scenario, it seems, at this point. How will you respond? Well, Governor Hochul is right that we have a law in New York State called a SHIELD law that allows licensed practitioners to provide safe and effective medication abortion nationwide. And the state of Louisiana, its public officials are trying to mess with that right and trying to restrict access. And this case could have, really wide-reaching implications because of the kind of overreach that we're seeing. But we're not going to let that happen. This SHIELD law just came into effect, yesterday. Are you confident the law will protect Dr. Carpenter from prosecution in Louisiana if she were to, say, travel to other states and don't share that same philosophy? The SHIELD laws have been passed by 8 states and have been in effect since 2023. And yesterday, Governor entered New York State laws to try to further protect doctors. And these states are standing together because they know that access to abortion is a fundamental right for women, the ability to control your body and decide whether, when, and with whom to have children or not. And so we're seeing a lot of resistance to the states that are overreaching, trying to take away abortion rights for everybody nationwide. And, we're confident that the people will stand together and really protect licensed practitioners who are providing this safe care.
This appears to be one of the first of its kind. I'll be eager to see how this impacts not just doctors, but also, in a case like this, the mother of the girl as well who had the prescription. Julia, Kay, we'll stay on this story. Thank you for your contributions today.
Thank you, Laura.
Ahead, the controversial move by the NFL to change its end zone slogan for this Sunday's Super Bowl.
The Boeing 747 has crashed in the Lockerbie area.
Trying to find out why of this became everything. The bombing of Pan on Flight 103, February 16th on CNN. A Sleep Number smart bed is perfect for couples. The Climate 360 smart bed is the only bed that cools and warms on each side, and all our smart beds adjust the firmness for each of you. And now, save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you. For more than a decade, Ortega has been trusted again and again and again. Ask your doctor about Forsiga.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal. How do you know if it's the right car for you? Ooh, the most deal ratings in complete vehicle history for car companies. That's how.
I'm sorry, there was a long line at the Thai place.
You get this house, LA?
Of course.
Get the man.
I wish.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. NASDAQ 100 Innovators, 1 ETF. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, you have a beautiful soul, Cynthia. Finance the smile you want for as low as $148 a month per arch. Schedule a free consultation. Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
When Caroline has a cough, she takes Robitussin, so she can have those one-on-ones again. Hey, Jim, can we talk about casual Fridays?
For sure.
What's up? Get fast, powerful cough relief with Robitussin and find your voice. Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
Gold Bond believes touch
You did
is
something.
everything.
I can see it. I can tell you did something.
I see you. I feel you. And I know you. Gold Bond. Get in touch with irresistibly touchable skin.
Want to lose 15 to 20% of your weight in a year? Try Rose Insurance Checker to see if you're covered for GLP-1s for free. No paperwork, no waiting on hold. Just submit your insurance card and we'll take care of the rest. Join the over 100,000 members who trusted Roe to check their coverage and start losing weight sooner. Go to roe.co/insurance for your free insurance check.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances. Let's do it. How many subscriptions do you have? Probably just redacted. All right, it's saying you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month. What? The app will tell you all of it? It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need. Coming from me. Okay. Don't worry about those 13 subscriptions you didn't know you had. You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
Welcome back. Have I got news for you? Returns February 15th on CNN. Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today. Well, in case you missed it, there's a chance and a change coming Super Bowl Sunday that's raising quite a lot of eyebrows. Take a look at the end zone from last Super Bowl. Note the text. It says, "End Racism." That was added to the end zone for the Super Bowl starting in 2021. But this year, that slogan will not be there anymore. Instead, "Choose Love" is rumored to be the replacement. Now, both slogans are part of the NFL's Inspire Change campaign, the goal of which is to promote diversity and inclusion. As to why they're making the change this year, well, the NFL says, quote, "Choose Love" is appropriate to use as our country has endured in recent weeks wildfires in Southern California, the terrorist attack here in New Orleans, the plane and helicopter crash near our nation's capital, and the plane crash in Philadelphia. The thing is, some do find it hard to ignore the political backdrop here. Trump will be at the game between Kansas City and the Philadelphia Eagles this coming Sunday.
Girl, he gonna be in my city, bitch.
To do away with DEI. But the league insists that their diversity efforts are not going anywhere. In fact, here's Commissioner Roger Goodell.
Girl, he gonna be in my city, bitch.
I think we've proven ourselves that it does make the NFL better.
Thank you all for watching. Anderson Cooper.
The Riviera of the Middle East. This could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
President Donald Trump wants the U.S. to own Gaza and transform utter devastation into luxury property, but only once all Palestinians forced out. Let the tit-for-tat tariff war begin.
We're going to do very well against China and against everybody else.
President Trump brushing off new Chinese tariffs on American imports. And why did a lone gunman shoot dead at least 10 people at a school in Sweden?
Bitch, I'm sitting here, got nothing to do, bitch.
This is CNN Newsroom with John Bowles.
When most look at the destruction and rubble of Gaza after 15 months of war, the US president, though, sees potential luxury beachside property, possibly occupied by US forces and built after the 2 million Palestinians who live there are resettled in unspecified neighboring countries. The US president made this stunning announcement during a joint news conference with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, first foreign leader to visit the White House since Donald Trump was sworn in for a second term.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
While the Israeli Prime Minister did not endorse the plan directly, he had nothing but praise for Donald Trump, saying he was the greatest friend Israel has ever had. The White House. Live to David now, CNN's Paula Hancock. So, Paula, the US president predicted this plan to own Gaza would bring stability to the region. So, at this early point, what's been the reaction of Palestinians and across the region?
Well, John, if you put aside
Ding dong, ding dong.
and ethical issues with this plan, you do hear great resistance of those in the region. Just recently, the US president had suggested that Jordan and Egypt, for example, could take more Palestinian refugees. They have already millions within their countries, and that was very strongly pushed. Go to the observatory.
A briefcase you collected contains details of an armed shipment for Avon. A barrage weaponized ATV is about to be flown in over the city. You're going to intercept it at the observatory. Take out its escort convoy and get it for our use.
Oh, I know. I remember this one.
It's capital. So making it very clear that their ideas of what should happen for Palestinians have not changed. But we're also going to throughout the day to be able to push back from a number of other countries within this region who were over countries unsurprisingly rejecting this, saying that it would be a recipe for creating chaos and tension.
Cars with 50 caliber minis and rear grenade launchers. It'd be like a ride-share app for wholesale slaughter and devastation. But we especially don't, because we're being paid to stop it. And we might be able to use it later or sell it to someone who was genocidal.
This press conference,
Okay, it's going to take some firepower to bring down a heavily armed helicopter convoy. We've given you archers sniper rifles with explosive rounds.
The ceasefire in Gaza at this point, and even jeopardize the organisation of Israel.
Think about where you write it down. You need to get in there to collect.
For example, the UAE.
Speak when you reach the observatory.
So certainly the response has been swift and it has been strong.
Paul, thank you. Paul, thank you. And significantly, political and national career, and people who fought America's struggle to make the West.
No, Batman. Batman.
With this plan put forward by Donald Trump, U.S. occupation of land in the Middle East, questions like this.
You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. Authority would allow you to do that. Are you talking about a permanent occupation there?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East.
Just like U.S. forces would be bigger than liberators in Iraq for the stability that would bring. Well, the chances that U.S. occupation of Gaza would stabilize the region. And to that question, what authority does the U.S. have?
Well,
But then, you made the point about Iraq, and there wasn't a whole lot of authority there either, even the kind of UN resolution that the U.S. had looked for. Look, Chuck, this is what happens when you bring a real estate developer who comes to these problems with an experience of 40 years of building buildings, and you drop them in a territory like this. We see wreckage and misery and the long history of the Palestinians.
Bitch, could you imagine? You see the Batmobile in your backyard, bitch.
Once the lines are clear and the wreckage is gone, to become a beachside resort that he said all people, including Palestinians, would live in. What the important way around here is, how do you persuade the Palestinians to leave their land? So many have left already, and there have been arguments about their right to and because the Geneva Convention is pretty clear that you cannot forcibly move a population with their home.
So here's the long ballpark about his vision for Gaza and what it would actually potentially be from a real estate point.
Opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a house guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
Yeah, there are vague similarities to the U.S. master plan rebuilding Europe after World War II, vague. But the U.S. can demand all the Europeans leave first before the plan to go away. And does this now mean that Gaza is on the same place as Greenland and how they're for U.S. invasion?
More of them, not a possible U.S. invasion. This reminded me more of his plans for North Korea. At one point during his negotiations with Kim Jong-un and the president's first term, he for Kim Jong-un. He said, if you give up your nuclear weapons, this is what your post along the North Korean coast that faces Japan would look like. And it was this vision of big power. It looked like Miami Beach. I remember he showed this to a group of us at one point. Well, let's just say Kim Jong-un neither gave up his nuclear weapons nor took the plan. But it was basically the same thing. You can have the beautiful hotels, you can draw in at the... Now, he is not saying that the United States should take this by force. Actually, he left open my asking about it in Mar-a-Lago in regard to the canal and but in a moment that, many politicians believe we should not be in the Middle East. When Donald Trump, in fact, wrote in part publicly out critique that we shouldn't have been in this war to begin with. The idea that you would put American troops back in the middle of Gaza, I suspect is going to be a pretty hard step.
Well, since the Oslo Peace Accord fell time back in 1993, the U.S. has had one consistent solution: the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
My vision is two states, living side by side in peace and security.
A two-state solution may not be perfect. It obviously still on the table. It hasn't worked out. But there's a reason why it's been the only plan for so long, because at this point, nothing else is.
That's right. So this is the one state, one resort solution, right? Where he said, well, Palestinians should come back in, but so could the rest of the world. But I think what he envisions is sort of luxury housing. I'm not entirely sure population as they look at the wreckage of the past year afford that, and I'm not sure he's really thinking that much about it. Steve Witkoff, his Middle East advisor, took a little tour of Gaza and said this is going to take 15 years to clear it out and to rebuild it. And he may not be wrong about that. The question is, what do you do with the Gazans?
Yeah. 2 million people who clearly, many, if not all, could stay in their homes if the land would say no. David, good to see you. Thank you very much.
Great to be with you.
10,000 Mexican troops are heading for the border with the United States. A consent from the U.S. president in return for a 30-day delay in U.S. tariffs on imports from Mexico. The troops are being sent to fight for security, preventing drugs and stockpiling chemical things. Canada also was given the freedom of claim for security reasons. But
Damn.
for example, the 10% US tariff on Chinese goods was in effect. Beijing announced it would launch retaliatory tariffs on certain American products starting tomorrow. US President now says he's in no rush to discuss the tariffs with Chinese President Xi Jinping, saying they'll talk at the appropriate time. Monday, Donald Trump said he'd be speaking to China within 24 hours. Meanwhile, without hearing word of post
Damn. That was on me, bitch.
without an explanation. CNN Ivan Watson following all this live from Hong Kong. Do we know what's going on behind the scenes?
Damn.
Story.
Well, it does look like the next step in these ongoing trade tensions, John, with this statement, very terse, coming from the U.S. Postal Service, as you just pointed out, saying that packages would not be accepted from China and from here in Hong Kong as well. Letters and flat documents, they are allowed to continue to come in. Now, we don't know whether this is going to also affect courier services like FedEx or DHL, which we've reached out to hear an answer from this. But it comes on the back of an executive order that Trump issued last week that ended allowed packages to be shipped into the U.S. and to not face customs inspections or duty fees if the value of the package was less than $800 US. So why is this all important? Well, an important Chinese e-commerce business model exploits or exploited this exemption. You had fast fashion brands in China like Shine, who were sending enormous amounts of packets using this exemption in the US. That loophole now appears closing. There is a huge proportion of the minimus exemption packages that move around the U.S. as it is right now that come from China. Again, that loophole appears to be closing as it does look
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up by sitting too long. But the motion changes everything. Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being. Portable but comforted memory for a space address on your sitting experience.
If you like it, just make it fun. Some other ready rocker and sitting at other rooms
That's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion instantly keeps you fit and helps to ease pain, reduces stress.
used to be in pain all the time. But the Ready Rocker doesn't take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while working. My back is so hurting, my blood is so loud, it's stressful. Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Or to get 40% off your purchase, we'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rockers changing lives one rocket at a time.
Experiencing relief for yourself.
Call 800-37.
Noom has GLP-1 meds now?
Yes, Noom combines medication with healthy habits so you can lose the weight and keep it off.
Yeah. GLP-1s starting at $149. That's Noom Smart. Noom, the smart way to lose weight.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up.
Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how people are not talking about Upside. It's a free habit. Every time you get
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? It's like free money download.
I just got touched by something.
So, I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how people are not talking about Upside. It's a free habit. Literally, you get cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money download.
I just got cash back for 40 days. So, I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Day after the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history, investigators are still searching for a motive. Why would a lone gunman shoot dead at least 10 people at a school for adult education? Police have said the shooting is not terror-related, and the suspect is among the dead. CNN's Melissa Bell has details.
Some new details are emerging after the dreadful shooting that took place just after midday in the town of Örebro in western Sweden, where a gunman went on a rampage at what we understand was an adult learning center, but a campus where there are schools for children as well. Police are saying that multiple people died in the attack, and it was to a shocked nation and country that so rarely sees school shootings or mass killings that the Swedish Prime Minister spoke.
We always all said that we've today seen brutal, deadly violence against completely innocent people. This is the worst mass shooting in Swedish history.
Police say that the death toll could continue to rise, given that there are still several wounded people in hospital. They've also said that they're trying to figure out what this man's motive may have been. They say the perpetrator was a man and that they believed he was killed during that shootout itself. The question of why he acted the way he did now at the center of the investigations that are ongoing. What police have said about him, though, is that he was not known to police services, nor do they think that there was a terror motive behind this attack, the worst in Sweden's history. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
The CIA is now the first major national security agency offering buyouts to its entire workforce, a radical step as Donald Trump looks to shrink the federal government. Every employee at the Central Intelligence Agency can get about 8 months of pay and benefits if they voluntarily quit their jobs. Sources, though, tell CNN some areas of expertise are likely to be off limits and won't be eligible for the offer. The Trump administration is planning widespread layoffs of federal workers. Those who don't take the buyouts could still face the possibility of layoffs. The Trump administration has also begun deporting migrants to Guantanamo Bay, and it's not waiting to find out if the move is legal. President Trump says he wants to ship tens of thousands of undocumented migrants to the notorious detention center in Cuba. The foreign minister sent a diplomatic note to the United States insisting that no Mexican citizens can be sent to Guantanamo Bay under any circumstances. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez has details.
The Trump administration sent migrants to Guantanamo Bay on Tuesday, the first military aircraft to carry migrants to the base. A Homeland Security official telling CNN there were around 10 migrants on the flight with criminal records. Now, all of this comes after President Donald Trump announced last week that he wanted to expand the facilities in Guantanamo Bay to house 30,000 migrants. Now, sources tell CNN that attorneys at the Department of Homeland Security and at the Pentagon have been assessing the legality of this because it is taking people off of U.S. soil to then send them to Guantanamo Bay. It's an unprecedented step and different from how it has functioned before. For example, there is a migrant operations center on Guantanamo Bay. It has been used to temporarily house those who are interdicted at sea. Therefore, they have not been on U.S. soil. They are housed there and then repatriated. But this would be a new step, one that would have migrants housed on the base before they are repatriated to their origin country. Now, there are still a lot of questions outstanding, including, for example, if people would have legal access to legal service providers, as well as how long they would be held there. The Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying that they would not be held there indefinitely, but certainly a lot of questions because so much also hinges on scheduling and countries and whether they're willing to take back those repatriated nationals. But as has the Army, all of that going up multiple facilities to eventually house these 30,000 migrants. Priscilla Alvarez, CNN, Washington.
When we come back, a 2-year-old Palestinian girl finally arrives in Jordan for life-saving medical treatment, but not before a harrowing week-long journey to escape from war in Gaza.
When it comes to the Philippines, travelers are spoiled for choice. An archipelago made up of 7,641 islands in the western Pacific Ocean. The country has unique geography, offering a variety of experiences.
Enjoy your purchase.
Boracay, for example, known for its distinctive white sand beaches. Siargao is the country's surfing capital. The Ifugao rice terraces of Luzon showcase old traditions still used today. In Bohol, the Chocolate Hills are an established National Geological Monument. Batanes, where the rolling hills meets the vast ocean. On every island, there's a different charm, shaping the Philippines' variety of cultures and lifestyles.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for changing the perk. Already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
Why not get real cash back?
Money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for changing the perk. Already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
Girl, my stomach is in knots just looking at that.
Remember.
What about us? Yeah, what about the dad? You got any gifts for us?
I didn't really talk to him.
You've been my garage. You ate all my pizza rolls. You know, like $100.
No, Totino pizza rolls are 10 for about $1.
Well, then give us about $1.
Why do you even care?
I want some.
See everything that's new at Weight Watchers. You can now get access to GLP-1s if you qualify, and virtual one-on-ones with a regular dietitian.
That's a great way to get more points.
Plus, our proven points program now has over 150 new zero-point foods. Get your best results ever with the #1 doctor-recommended weight loss program. Try a whole new Weight Watchers. Sign up now at WeightWatchers.com.
I'm Rafael Bruno in Atlanta. This is CNN. Welcome back to viewers all around the world. I'm John Paul. For now, on our lead story, Donald Trump's plan to push for Gaza during a joint news conference with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. President Trump laid out a jaw-dropping vision involving the U.S. taking over the territory and building private property, but only after the Internet company who live there are resettled in their
We'll take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. Been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries.
Soon after those comments, Saudi Arabia reaffirmed its unwavering support for a Palestinian state. Last week, Arab nations, including Saudi Arabia, Jordan, UAE, Qatar, and Egypt, reiterated their commitment to building Gaza and ensuring employment for continued presence for Palestinians. Definitely. Full details now from CNN. Jeff Bellamy reporting in from London. After meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for several hours, American President Donald Trump making a robust assertion that the U.S. should take over the Gaza Strip, essentially developing it into the Riviera, as he described it, of the Middle East, sounding more like a real estate investor that he once was than an American president that he now is. The president did not rule out sending U.S. troops to the region.
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece. We're going to develop it.
In a remarkable press conference from the East Room of the White House on Tuesday evening, President Trump took many questions but left many answers about what this could do to the ceasefire that is now underway in the Middle East. Of course, the whole point of this meeting with Netanyahu and Trump was to talk about the second phase of this ceasefire, hostages as well. But there is no question that the president's assertion that the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip certainly hangs over everything and overtakes and overshadows everything as well. Now, there are many questions about this, of course. Trump's rose to power here in the U.S. There is criticism of Middle East engagement. Of course, after one of America's longest wars, did not rule out inserting U.S. troops as well. Never mind the historical problems with all of this. This is in the homeland of the Palestinian people. The president said the U.S. should Jeff Bellamy, CNN, the White House. Even amid a ceasefire, there's no end to pain, suffering in Gaza. Palestinian toddlers need a life-saving medical treatment in order to wait weeks. This will permit them to leave the territory. In one attack, they have more out to the journey out of Gaza, warning where it was saying some of this.
Dennis preparing her baby girl for the big day. Habib is fine, leaving Gaza for life-saving treatment. This is what the weight has done to the 2-year-old. The black and shriveled skin you see is gangrene. It's worse than dramatic in a matter of days. We followed Habiba's fight for her life for weeks. Her cries for help, decided to evacuate for treatment for a suspected rare genetic condition. But it took nearly 2 weeks. Time Habiba doesn't have to make it happen. The negotiation with Israel described as difficult by Jordanian officials. Israeli authorities did not respond to CNN's repeated requests for comment on the delay in Habiba's evacuation. Over the past week, as her mother helplessly watched Habiba teeter between life and death in intensive care, Bennett had to also go through a roller coaster of emotions. As they prepared to leave for an evacuation, flights were canceled, and got crushing news. Israel did not let her leave Gaza for Habiba, so inspired to make an impossible choice. Let go of Habiba to save her life. Dear Lord, if this is your will, accept it, she prayed. But it was just too much to accept. Rana has to stay strong. She's Habiba's everything. Monday, they woke up to good news. Jordan had secured approval for Rana to travel with Habiba. But this time, just as they got ready to go, they were told her son no longer had his written permission to leave. You're a big boy. I know how hard this is for you, Rana says. God will take care of you better than I ever will. No one can make Habiba smile, forget her pain like her only brother, Sohaib. He even brings out her cheeky side. I'm going to go and leave you, Habiba says. But the thought of being left all alone is just terrible for the 11-year-old. I don't know what I'll do without them. Where do I go now? Eyes. It's time to go. The ambulance is here. Sohaib puts on a brave face for their goodbyes. Soon, after they head out, another twist. Sohaib is here to join them. Jordan tried to spare Habiba this harsh, long journey by land, but Israel couldn't approve a Jordanian airlift. It's the border in Jordan. There's no time to waste. The military medevac chopper Hassallah ordered is here for Habiba, ready for when she crosses into Jordan. With nightfall, the moment they've been waiting for, medics move fast to get the toddler. Habiba takes out quietly from under her blanket, too young to understand what this is all about. They head to the chopper. She wakes them up. They need to get her fast to the hospital, but they do it gently. It's a quick trip to the hospital. The medical team here and ready. They're going to be monitoring Habiba every second of this trip. Habiba's stable, but she's just arrived from an exhausting journey of intensive care. For a shattered Rana, it's too early to feel relief. As we get ready to take off, the team welcomes Habiba.
Habiba.
It's the first
In Habiba.
the first time seeing the world outside of the siege of Gaza. Habiba's story is one for thousands of children who become another faceless statistic of this war, trapped in Gaza and deprived of life-saving medical treatment. On Monday, Israeli authorities said they approved Habiba's evacuation as a, quote, exceptional humanitarian gesture. As soon as she arrives at the hospital, medical staff begin what doctors in Gaza couldn't do. A full clinical diagnosis over the next 24 hours.
2 blood culture.
Doctors here hope they'll be able to save Habiba's right leg and her arms, but they also fear it may be too late. Her journey out of Gaza may be over, but another difficult battle now begins for little Habiba. Jumana Karachi, CNN, Amman.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine, as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I don't breathe. And I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking. My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 40% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 800-374-4128 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 800-374-4128 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
Wait, Noom has GLP-1 meds now?
Noom, the psychology-based weight loss company?
Yes, Noom combines medication and behavior change, so you can lose the weight and keep it off.
And it starts at just $149.
Noom, the smart way to lose weight.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting. I've already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting. I've already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
I'm on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN. The music industry has raised more than $120 million for wildfire relief efforts in Los Angeles area. Less than $25 million came from Sunday's Grammy Awards. And even more than $100 million raised last Thursday at a concert headlined by artists like Gaga, artists, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Money will go to charities. Well, it seems many South Koreans just can't leave home without it. Kimchi, it isn't. According to officials at the airport there, almost 11 tons of kimchi was seized at Incheon Airport. The solid and fermented vegetables may be revered as a national dish, but it violates the ban on liquid in carry-on bags. Airport officials say much of the seized kimchi is donated to local charities. Thank you for watching CNN Newsroom. I'm John Force, back at the top of the hour with more news. In the meantime, World Sports starts after a short break. Airport officials say much of the seized kimchi is donated to local charities. Thank you for watching CNN Newsroom. I'm John Force, back at the top of the hour with more news. In the meantime, World Details out from CNN's Jeff Zeleny reporting in from the White House.
After meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for several hours, American President Donald Trump making a robust assertion that the U.S. should take over the Gaza Strip, essentially developing it into the Riviera, as he described it, of the Middle East, sounding more like a real estate investor that he once was than an American president that he now is. The president did not rule out sending U.S. troops to the region.
as far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece and we're going to develop it.
In a remarkable press conference from the East Room of the White House on Tuesday evening, President Trump took many questions but left many answers about what this could do to the ceasefire that is now underway in the Middle East. Of course, the whole point of this meeting with Netanyahu and Trump was to talk about the second phase of this ceasefire, hostages as well. There is no question the president's assertion that the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip certainly hangs over everything and overtakes and oversteps about this before Trump rose to power here in the U.S. Through his criticism of the Middle East engagement, of course, after one of America's longest wars, he did not rule out a reinforcement troops as well. Problem with all of this. This is the homeland of the Palestinian people. As the president said, the U.S. should own it. Jeff Zeller, CNN, the White House.
Got him.
Even if it's ceasefire, it's another tank, something dominant. Hussein Tubman, native life said he meditated in Florida. It's the way with specific mission to lead the country. Since Monica Shea has moved down the Lugo screening out his outfit, morning, her report from saying something good.
Emma's preparing her baby girl for the big day. Habib is flying, leaving Gaza for life-saving treatment. This is what the weight has done to the 2-year-old. The black and shriveled skin you see is gangrene. It's worsened dramatically in a matter of days. We followed Habiba's fight for her life for weeks. More than heard her cries for help and decided to evacuate for treatment for a suspected rare genetic condition. But it took maybe 2 weeks. Habiba doesn't have to make it happen. The negotiations with Israel described as difficult by Jordanian officials. Israeli authorities did not respond to CNN's repeated requests for comment on the delay in Habiba's evacuation. Over the past week, as her mother helplessly watched Habiba teeter between life and death in intensive care, then had to also go through a roller coaster of emotions. As they prepared to leave for an evacuation that was later cancelled, Iran got crushing news. Israel would not let her leave Gaza with Habiba, forcing this mother to make an impossible choice: to let go of Habiba to save
The evacuation. You take the phone, though. Oh well. Can't win them all. I had to pee. Oh well. Can't win them all. I had to pee. 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 Can't win them all.
You did good. Very good. Thank you.
I brought them in. They're my contacts, like I said.
I thought you said you never met them.
I never met some of them. Don't worry.
Haven't you caused enough trouble? Okay, can I get a status report, Mr. Crest?
Not good. We calm things down, but if Avon's gonna be stopped once and for all, we have to shut off Clifford's connection.
Where is Avon? Where is Clifford? Can't we just unplug it?
It doesn't work quite like that. What with it not being 1987, I'm trying to find him. It's gone dark. When I have a lead, I'll be in touch.
Thank you. All right, people, stay alert.
Ding dong, ding dong. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Taiwan's missile launch center off the tunnel under Chiliad. We're giving you a choice here. You want to use the Mirage SUV or the Kunjali tank? We took them both off Avon, so it only seems right. Let's get this done before he starts launching warheads, yeah? Seems like a lifetime ago we were simple bank robbers minding our own business and other people's money. And then we got paid by a tech idiot to get a load of data which pointed to a rogue Russian attack on the IAA. Which led to us working for the IAA and that tech idiot stopping some kind of Russian invasion. Only, it turned out the Russians were the good guys. And the tech idiot and his idiot AI were going to destroy humanity. So we're working for the government again, stopping the AI apocalypse, cleaning up the mess we made, really. I mean, I'm not going to become a civil servant or anything, but only in the public sector do you get paid.
And another saying that this could actually jeopardize the ceasefire in Gaza, which is fragile at best at this point, and of course the fact that Saudi Arabia would not go anywhere near a normalization with Israel whilst this was on the table. And that point is also important, John, the fact that this was a meeting that we were expecting to hear more about this potential phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire, but that really took a back seat. We also was asking about this here in the office. Listen to what he said about what the Palestinians want to do.
I don't think people should be going there because Gaza's been very unlucky. They're living in hell. They look like they're living in hell. Gaza is not the place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Nowhere. There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful, alternative state.
Now, as finally, Hamas has rejected this as well, saying it's a recipe for creating chaos and tension in the region of the government.
People got it. Yeah, I think very far-right extremists within the Israeli government talking about voluntary relocation of Palestinians to Gaza, Palestinian national convention. That sparked international criticism at the time. But it seems this plan put forward by the US president goes even further.
This plan endears the US president to the far right in Israel. There is no doubt about that. So Ben-Gvir, for example, who was once part of the coalition, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and left because there was a ceasefire deal done in Gaza, has said that this is the only way, migration of Palestinians, saying that he had suggested this idea that had pushback and was criticised for it. So what we basically see is a idea, a far-right idea in Israel that Palestinians should be moved forcibly from their homeland in Gaza has not been made mainstream on the global stage by the US.
Well, thank you for hanging on. Thank you. So 10,000 Mexican troops are heading north to the border with the United States. And second, the president will return for a 30-day delay to US tariffs on imported goods. The goods being sent to private and prevent illegal drugs and undocumented entering the United States. Canada also will give another $3 delayed until March to new orders measures. But no concessions for China. And the moment's up at 10% US tariff on Chinese goods to the Beijing announced their own tariff on certain American products Tuesday. It seems the US president will not be speaking to Chinese anytime soon. Or between both leaders Tuesday happened. President Trump adding the conversation will take place at the appropriate time. In the past year, the US Postal Service announced without explanation it would not receive packages from China and Hong Kong. Let's go live now to Hong Kong and CNN's Eye Watson standing by. So how is this all related to the much bigger trade war between both countries? And what does it impact?
I think it's going to be significant, especially for several Chinese companies. First of all, you have this post office announcement from the U.S. Postal Service saying no more international packages coming from the Chinese and Hong Kong postal services. No explanation why letters will still be accepted. And this is a temporary measure. We don't know if commercial
courier services like DHL and FedEx to be contacted. We reached out to them and are waiting some kind of an answer. Why is this important? Well, just last week, there was an executive order from President Trump that ended a loophole for de minimis exemptions. What are those? Those are exemptions that if a package is imported into the U.S. that's valued at less than $800, it is not subjected to a customs duty fee or inspection. That loophole is now closed. Out of an estimated 1 million packages that arrive in the U.S. From overseas under this exemption, roughly a third of the packages will come from China. So you have e-commerce companies, like the fast fashion company Shein, like Temu, that a big part of their business to the U.S. exploited this exemption that now closes, and it does this is part of the broader escalating trade tensions between the U.S. and the 2.5-week-old Trump administration. Go.
Okay, so the tariffs announced by China appear to be targeted at a little bit now. In the scheme of things, is this more of a shot across the bow of the White House as opposed to this one?
Well, that remains to be seen. I mean, we thought that by now, President Trump and the Chinese leader Xi Jinping would have spoken to each other and voting on that. But listen to what President Trump said on Tuesday.
That's fine. That's fine. We're going to do very well against China in the next 7 months. Listen, you have the appropriate time. I'm in no rush.
He was responding there to the Chinese retaliatory 10% and 15% tariffs imposed in retaliation on some U.S. goods, things like pickup trucks and LNG and agricultural machinery. The fact that the Chinese retaliatory measures are only giving a fraction of all U.S. imports coming into China. So it's go from now, but the marching governments are using measures to kind of tighten the screws on each other. China has kind of simply blacklisted the company that owns Alphabet and Carbon Newspaper. They're also excluding exports on certain metallic materials like tungsten. So here, from now, voluntarily, Trump is again today, as he said he was.
I think they like watching Micros there in Hong Kong. The CNN is often buyouts. Car workers first major factors group in. The whole plans to develop a plan to shrink the size of the government. They call it the government concept plan. That's then they call it the sources tell CNN some areas of this thing are like and might not be eligible to the offer. Overall, 10,000 total workers in capital because of Trump's plans for widespread government layoffs. With the stroke of the pen, Donald Trump aims to dismantle a number of services or outright abolish them. That includes the Department of Education. Sources telling CNN White House that the drafting an executive order to eliminate the Department in a two-step process, starting with directly yet to be confirmed Education Secretary Elizabeth Warren, take action to administer the Department of Education.
Like the state schools. I believe strongly in school first, but in addition to that, I want the state to run schools, and I want women to put itself out of the job.
And steps to resolve the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, are also underway, raising concerns about the impact on global humanitarian efforts. A new directive issued just hours ago states all of the agency's staff around the world will be placed on administrative leave this Friday. Those overseas will be ordered to return home.
It sounds like you're going to wind down USAID.
It sounds like it. Some of the money is well spent, I guess, but much of it is really fraudulent.
Humanitarian organizations have been left reeling over this decision to gut USAID.
The impact has been felt already. I'm ashamed to say, I think this is an extraordinary act on behalf of the United States to withdraw in this way, and it's effectively a death sentence. I have, in the last 4 or 5 days, been receiving requests for support to be able to jump in. We're independent to the MSF. We don't take US government money, but we can't jump in to fill the United States, and nobody can.
And Donald Trump is apparently considering sending jailed American citizens to foreign prisons. including El Salvador. He says he would do it in a heartbeat.
We have hardened criminals, visa sick people. If we could get them out of our country, we have other countries that would benefit, send them to other countries.
Mr. Lecter is a professor of law at Loyola Law School and host of the Passing Judgment podcast. He joins us this hour now from Los Angeles. It's good to see you.
Good to be here.
Hey, so let's start with the article from El Salvador, the House U.S. officials in their jails. That one jail in particular, which seems dead cold to do justice.
These men described as the worst of the worst. Two with reminders of El Salvador's dark past. It's tense and uncomfortable. But here, officials say comfort isn't meant to exist.
There's no microphone, there's no seats. You've got a toilet over here, but on the other hand, you've got this space in here that they use to bathe themselves. And then you can see all that they've got water, overall conditions are pretty horrendous, but despite that, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been gushing about this offer. Here it is.
Institution, we have all sorts of things, but it's a very generous offer. No one's ever made an offer like that. And to outsource at a fraction of the cost.
And it's something they're considering, but, I'm not a legal expert, but it seems, transferring U.S. citizens forcibly to another country, even if they are inmates, that should be against some kind of law.
Well, and I think it is. I mean, and you heard Marco Rubio say that. There's legalities, there's the Constitution. I think it's an acknowledgement that there are some, let's say, significant legal hurdles when it comes to U.S. citizens being deported to another country. And again, the question is not whether or not they're incarcerated. The question is whether or not they're U.S. citizens. And barring something like an extradition treaty, I see, let's say, some serious flashing lights ahead when it comes to whether or not you could do this legally. I think that if we were to try and project out, this may be a deal that doesn't end up including U.S. citizens because of the legal issues, but instead includes other people who are here, again, not U.S. citizens, but who are here and are not done.
Well, this is a debate, and we're trying to effectively shut down U.S. agency for international development. They place it under control.
These are not my numbers, these are USAID's numbers. In some cases for USAID, 10, 12, 13%, maybe less of the money was actually reaching the recipient, and the rest was going into the overhead of bureaucracy. This isn't my money. This is taxpayer money.
All that may be true, but doesn't have any on a 1998 congressional to establish USAID as a government agency, which gives Congress, and only Congress, the authority to shut it down.
Yeah, so John, I think the way you ask this question is really important because what we heard from Secretary Rubio is a policy argument. But there's a law here, and as you said, it's a federal law. It's a statute, and you cannot executive order your way to the statute. But this is gave the president a very short window, and it said to President Clinton, if you want to shut down USAID, essentially you have some leeway here, and there was a time period. That time period ended. President Clinton opted not to end USAID, and there's nothing in that 1998 law that would allow a president to, on his own, say, we are abolishing this agency. Now, certainly, as we know, there are things that presidents can do, but the law specifically talks about any real major reorganization or changes, that has to go through Congress first.
Well, next on the executive order hit list seems to be one which will abolish the Department of Education. CNN is reporting it would come in two parts. First, diminish the department through executive action. Then Trump would also push for Congress to pass legislation to end the department. So those working on the order acknowledge that shuttering the department would require Congress's involvement. And for anyone opposed to all of this, here's the message from Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy.
To my friends who are upset, I would say with respect, call somebody who cares. They're used to this. It's USA today. We're trying to reform education and law.
Does that essentially describe the Trump second-term strategy? Be it a freeze on federal aid, abolishing citizen birthright, or whatever it is, just do it, and then there's someone who can't stop it.
Well, I think what we're seeing is a lot of these executive orders, and you have to policies talk about a number of them. There are real legal issues, and there obviously is a pattern here of the Trump administration trying to take big, bold executive action, and then people suing, whether it be birthright citizenship or the funding freeze or what happened with USAID, or pushing what is permissible for an executive to do when it comes to the Department of Education. I think in all of these places we see a testing of the boundaries. One thing I want to flag for everybody in terms of this testing of the boundaries, and I think it goes to your question, John, is when it comes to these laws, obviously people are suing and saying, we just talked about a 1998 law, for instance, and USAID. There's other laws that say the president can't end the Department of Education, can't abolish it on his own. One argument we might see from the Trump administration once they are called into court is, well, those laws themselves are unconstitutional. So this really could be a two-step process when it comes to the legalities here.
Sort of pressing boundaries, to say the least. Jessica, thanks so much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
In a moment, new details about a mass shooting at a school in Sweden. It fears the death toll will rise. The very latest in a live report in a moment. It's also one of the most popular tourist spots in the world, like Greece's Instagram island, emptying out like a series of earthquakes rocks Santorini.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine. As it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, improve circulation, and reduce endorphins for your overall well-being. No matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, competitive memory foam. Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a happier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
It's helping with posture, stress, rediscovering their body, and truly improve life. Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in the same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion instantly keeps you fit, helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time. But Ready Rocker, I don't relieve. And I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking. My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 30% off your purchase. Ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 800-374-4128 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 800-374-4128 or go to GetReadyRocker.com.
Cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for Canadian work. Already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now. Get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BASE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus for the state. That's promo code BASE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives
gets you cash every time you get gas.
You putting gas in your car anyway? Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for changing work. Already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
There are amazing things that are happening all over the world, things that can make our lives better. That's the goal of my podcast. Try to find secrets to a longer and happier and healthier life, and then we bring those secrets to you. Listen to Chasing Life with your podcast. A day after the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history, investigators are still searching for a motive. Why would a lone gunman shoot dead 10 people at a school for adult education? Police have said the shooting is not terror-related. They say the suspect acted alone in his month of death. Police officials and witnesses have described a scene that was shocking.
The one next to me was shot in the shoulder. He was bleeding a lot. When I looked behind me, I saw 3 people on the floor bleeding. Everyone was shocked. They said, "Go out, get out." My friend and I tried to save the life of this person. People were very shocked. The police were not on site, and neither was the ambulance, so we had to help. I took my friend's shawl and tied it tightly around his shoulder so that he wouldn't bleed so much.
We've today seen brutal, deadly violence against completely innocent people. This is the worst mass shooting in Swedish history.
Christina Anderson is covering the story for the New York Times. She joins us live from the city of Örebro, where it's just gone 7:24, just 7:25. Christina, as we begin this new day, can you tell us what will be the focus for police and investigators?
Well, I'm sure it's going to be just further investigation and trying to figure out who this man is. So far, they believe that he acted alone. They're saying it wasn't an act of terror. He was unknown to police until yesterday, and 35-year-old man. They haven't, shared any details with the media. So I'm sure that is going to be the number one priority to find out who this man is.
We've been told repeatedly that mass shootings like this are very rare. So with that in mind, do you know how school officials are able to plan or to deal with this tragedy?
Yes, interestingly, I spoke to a teacher at another adult education school in Örebro yesterday. He said that just a year ago, they had started doing a drill to shelter in place for events just like this. So this has been on the radar now that something like this could happen. They have started to, train for it.
Those scenes that we saw on social media, with students hiding under their desks and the gunfire in the school halls, seem remarkably familiar and to those who know the school shootings in the United States. So why have they suddenly decided that they need to drill and practice with these types of events?
Well, I believe this is something that the security service has warned of in their, threat reports, that this is something that could happen. It has happened in our neighboring countries, as you know, in Norway in 2011. This wasn't a school shooting, but it was a massive massacre of young people. In Finland, they've had a handful of school shootings. So, people are saying, and criminologists, that it was a matter of time.
Christina, thank you so much for the reporting, and some great work there on the New York Times. So if you want to read your report, it's right there. Thanks for being with us. When we come back here on CNN, more on Donald Trump's vision for post-war Gaza. Luxury development, thousands of jobs, open to all. Just not Palestinians who live there now. Plus, why does the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank look like a ghost town after an Israeli military operation?
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway? Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back from using this. I've already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy.
More people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway? Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back from using this. But $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
Gracie is about to have her best day ever on the fun way. Her sweat turns into a stumble. Her Pumpkin Pet insurance plan covers up to 90% of eligible vet bills. Get a plan like Gracie's at pumpkin.care.
Therapy really can make a difference in your life, especially when you're feeling stuck. As a therapist on BetterHelp, I'm here to help clients find their why.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com today and get 50% off.
I'm Christiana Monfort in London, and this is CNN.
That was another controlled explosion.
The most important stories of our time. What they mean to us all. It's vital. I share them with you.
A very warm welcome to the show, everyone.
Isa Suarez tonight, today on CNN.
I'm chatting with a live H&R Block tax expert. He makes doing our taxes online so easy. There's also this AI tax assistant for help whenever you need it.
I think I need it.
Do your own taxes online with H&R Block and get unlimited expert help for free. A new year and a new adventure with the perfect Chevy to take you anywhere. With pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Because every mile matters and every path leads to new possibilities. Get $3,250 total cash allowance on this Silverado. Plus, current Chevy owners get $1,000 cash allowance and get $1,500 cash allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Good morning starts with the goodness of Cheerios.
This is CNN. Now take our quick. You know how those super soldier things. At least we can see him this time. You're going to have to fight your way
For now, now this story, Donald Trump plans to take force now. To join the conference with Israeli President Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump laid out a jaw-dropping vision for the takeover and the construction of a conflict. I'll be settled in taking.
U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. That it has been in place for a long time. Being in its presence just was treated, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries.
Not long after Saudi Arabia reaffirmed its unwavering support for the Palestinian state. Last week, Arab nations, including Saudi, Jordan, the UAE, as well as Qatar and Egypt, reiterated their commitment to Gaza. President of Palestinian, their president. CNN Jeremy Dunn has more on what a U.S. occupation in Gaza.
Well, President Trump isn't just talking about the United States owning and occupying the Gaza Strip. He is talking about the forcible permanent displacement of about 2 million people from their land. And he's also floating the idea of potentially using U.S. troops to do that, which would see U.S. troops in combat in Gaza, as Hamas militants would obviously not willingly leave the Gaza Strip. And of course, that would also involve U.S. troops forcibly removing Palestinian civilians who have made very clear in recent weeks that they do not want to leave their homes in Gaza. Even if you put aside this idea of U.S. ownership, the United States occupying the Gaza Strip, just take this idea of the forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza and contrast that with what we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks, and that is hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians moving back to northern Gaza, even as they know that much of that area has been decimated by Israel's bombing, but returning to that area because they so desperately want to see their homes again, because they feel such a strong connection to the land. And this idea of displacing Palestinians also has historic resonance, decades of Palestinians being displaced over the course of this conflict, and that is also why we are seeing countries like Jordan, President Trump not send the Palestinians to these countries. They are also pushing this step. Not only because it can potentially be destabilizing to their countries to see so many refugees coming in all at once, but also, of course, because there's tremendous support for the Palestinian cause in their country, and this would effectively be indicating that governments as relates to Gaza. Beyond this issue of the Gaza Strip, President Trump also made it, as he indicated, that he would be making an announcement in the next 4 weeks about annexation of the West Bank by the Israeli government. We know, of course, that is something that the Israeli government has been considering, and perhaps something that Prime Minister Netanyahu sought President Trump's support for. Whether or not that is ultimately what he will get remains to be seen. But there's no question that the Israeli Prime Minister was quite thrilled as he was watching President Trump make all of these comments throughout the day. There with a very broad many of President Trump's ideas are coming right out of the playbook of right-wing Israeli politics, and he's certainly already welcomed as such by far-right figures here in Jeremy Dunn, CNN.
Jim Singh is a political and nationalist figure. By rise, Russia's invasion, America's struggle to prevent the West. Welcome back to BBC.
Great to be with you.
I guess there could be a few issues with this planned report by Donald Trump, U.S. occupation of land in the Middle East. Questions like this.
You're talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authorities would allow you to do that? You're talking about a permanent occupation.
Leadership position, and we'll see continued instability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East.
Well, the chances that U.S. occupation of Gaza will stabilize the region. And to that question, what authority gets this?
But then you made that point about Iraq, and there is another one authority there too. Resolution that the U.S. has looked for. Well, Jeff, it's what happens when you bring a real estate developer you call it experience of 40 years of building buildings, drops them into territory like this. We see wreckage and the misery and the long history of the Palestinians living in Gaza, and he sees it's not property that, once the mine is cleared and the wreckage is gone, to become a site of resort that he said all people, including Palestinians, will live in. What the important point around here is, how do you persuade Palestinians to leave their land? So many have left already, and there have been arguments about their right to return. And what do you do for that reason? Because with the convention is clear, and force of people relations.
So here's a little more development about his vision for Gaza and what it could actually potentially be.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
Yeah, there are vague similarities to the US Marshall Plan rebuilding Europe after World War II, vague. But the US didn't demand all the Europeans leave first before the plan got underway. And does this now mean that Gaza is on the same list as Greenland and the Panama Canal, targeted for possible US invasion?
You know what reminded me more of, John? Not a possible U.S. invasion. This reminded me more of his plans for North Korea. At one point during his negotiations with Kim Jong-un and the president's first term, he put together a film for Kim Jong-un and basically said, if you give up your nuclear weapons, this is what your coast along the North Korean coast is going to Japan would look like. And it was this vision of big power. It looked like Miami Beach. I remember he showed this to a group of us at one point. Well, needless to say, Kim Jong-un neither gave up his nuclear weapons nor took the. You can have the beautiful hotels, you can join everything. Now, he's not saying the United States should take this by force, an option he left open when I asked him about it in Mar-a-Lago in regard to the Panama Canal and Greenland. But at a moment that, many politicians believe we should be leaving the Middle East, when Donald Trump, in fact, rose in part politically out of his critique that we shouldn't have been in this war to begin with, the idea that he would put American troops back in the middle of Gaza, I suspect is going to be a pretty hard step.
Well, since the Oslo Peace Accords, which was signed back in 1993, the US has had one consistent solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Here it is.
My vision is two states, living side by side in peace and security.
A two-state solution may not be perfect. It's obviously still on the table. It hasn't worked out, but there's a reason why it's been the only plan for so long, because at this point, nothing else has worked.
That's right. So this is the one state, one resort solution, right? Where he said, well, Palestinians could come back in, but so could the rest of the world. But I think what he envisions is luxury housing. I'm not entirely sure how the current Palestinian population, as they look across the wreckage of the past year, would afford that. And I'm not sure he's really thinking that much about it. Steve Witkoff, his Middle East advisor, took a little tour of Gaza and said this is going to take 15 years to clear it out and to rebuild it. And he may not be wrong about that. The question is, what do you do with the Gazans?
Yeah. 2 million people who clearly, many, if not all, that would stay in their homes and the land would say no. What happened with this plan by Donald Trump? David, good to see you. Please, sir.
Great to be with you.
And the US president might also have plans for the West Bank. He says to expect an announcement soon. When asked by reporters if he supported a controversial claim of Israeli sovereignty over the area, he said, quote, people do like the idea. The UN says all residents in the Jenin refugee camps left with the ongoing Israeli military operation Iron Wall. UNRWA says hundreds of residential units have been destroyed. Dozens of Palestinians have been killed and injured, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. And Jenin's mayor has likened the destruction to Israel's war. The deportations of undocumented migrants to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba are now underway, and it seems the Trump administration is not waiting to find out if the move is legal. The president wants to send as many 30,000 deportees to U.S. bases.
Mexico, for one, sent a diplomatic note to the US, insisting that no Mexican citizens be sent to Guantanamo Bay under any circumstances. The White House is continuing plans to expand the prison camp in Philadelphia.
The Trump administration sent migrants to Guantanamo Bay on Tuesday, the first military aircraft to carry migrants to the base. A Homeland Security official telling CNN there were around 10 migrants on the flight with criminal records. Now, all of this comes after President Donald Trump announced last week that he wanted to expand the facilities in Guantanamo Bay to house 30,000 migrants. Now, sources tell CNN that attorneys at the Department of Homeland Security and at the Pentagon have been assessing the legality of this because it is taking people off of U.S. soil to then send them to Guantanamo Bay. It's an unprecedented step and different from how it has functioned before. For example, there is a migrant operations center on Guantanamo Bay. It has been used to temporarily house those who are interdicted at sea. Therefore, they have not been on U.S. soil. They are housed there and then repatriated. But this would be a new step, one that would have migrants housed on the base before they are repatriated to their origin country. Now, there are still a lot of questions outstanding, including, for example, if people would have legal access to legal service providers, as well as how long they would be held there. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying that they would not be held there indefinitely, but certainly a lot of questions because so much also hinges on scheduling and countries and whether they're willing to take back those repatriated nationals. But sources tell CNN that planning is well underway. Marines have been there setting up tents, as has the Army, all of that going up multiple facilities to eventually house these 30,000 migrants. Isla Alvarez, CNN, Washington.
Nearly a week after a deadly mid-air collision in Washington, and there are new details on the recovery effort as well as the investigation. We'll share those details when we come back.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine, as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being. No matter where you are, lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
Helping with posture, back pain, and stress. We cover the body and improve. Sitting is a new smoking. Sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in the same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion instantly keeps you fit and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relieved. And I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking. My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 40% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 800-374-4128 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 800-374-4128 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about upside. It's a free app. It literally gives you cash every time you get cash.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? Like free money download Upside.
I just got cash back for using it for $40 $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for using it. Only made like $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now. Get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
On my show, it brings you the latest news and top news makers. General says we welcome to the program. Has it been strategically a success, what you've done in person?
I'm cool. Today on CNN.
What's what I'm talking about? And this is Vienna. All 67 victims of the mid-air collision between a commercial flight and a helicopter have been recovered, or but one identified. Almost a week on since the crash, and authorities are focused on salvage operations and clearing the remaining wreckage from the Potomac River in Washington. The plane's tail and part of the fuselage were pulled from the murky water on Tuesday. No official word yet on why the two aircraft collided. The National Transportation Safety Board released early findings, though, from the aircraft control tower, indicating the Black Hawk chopper was at 300 feet before the collision. It was meant to be at a maximum altitude of 200 feet. Meanwhile, those who lost loved ones are speaking out about the victims. Dustin Miller was on the Wichita to Washington flight for a work trip. His sister says he was the funniest guy in the room, the most generous, most loving. Also killed PJ Diaz. A relative says he loved to travel, often brought family members on trips. Well, it's known as Greece's Instagram island because of its stunning beauty and enormous levels of tourism. But right now, Santorini is a ghost town. Thousands have left the island as hundreds of earthquakes rock the famous tourist spot. Officials believe the unprecedented seismic activity could continue for many more days to come, if not weeks. Linda Brewer has details.
Tourists who came looking for respite are rushing to escape dreamlike Santorini as the Greek island trembles with seismic activity. Hundreds of earthquakes have struck the waters near the island since Friday. Some are hardly noticeable. Others have reached magnitudes of over 5, giving visitors and locals alike enough reason to flee.
No one could sleep last night. Not my wife, my son only a bit. There was a lot of noise. It was surely a 4.9 quake, and in the house it was really loud. We went running outside. That's why we cannot stay here any longer.
More than 6,000 residents have already left Santorini, while schools remain closed until at least Friday, and authorities warn residents to avoid indoor gatherings. These measures as airlines offer extra flights out of the island, and people flock to the ports. But as the island empties, its tremors persist.
We're going to leave because I'm afraid. There are constantly earthquakes. We have to leave for the kids, so the kids can calm down.
Santorini is no stranger to earthquakes, but near constant seismic phenomena like this are rare. Even so, as thousands rush to the mainland, others feel less quiet.
We will stay here. Why should we leave? If something happens, it happens. Oh well. We are locals. We were born here.
Scientists say the seismic activity could last for days, if not weeks, threatening landslides and the possibility of a larger quake. And so, an island whose geography and beauty is known to draw visitors in, for now, steers them away. Linda Lavropoulou, CNN, Athens.
The music industry has raised more than $120 million for wildfire relief efforts in the Los Angeles area. From which $25 million came from Sunday's Grammy Awards, That adds to more than $100 million raised last Thursday at a concert headlined by artists like Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. The money will go to charities in Southern California. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles are in New Orleans ahead of Sunday's Super Bowl. That's a football game. Coming up, we'll hear from two of the team's biggest stars.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting to work. Already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting to work. Already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
I tend to deal with things in life with a sense of humor. My therapist on BetterHelp and I, we share this trait, and so we.
It's all building in New Orleans ahead of Super Bowl 59. Big game will be special for every player on the field, but really special for two marquee players from both sides. CNN's Chloe White has up. Very special.
We are here in New Orleans right now, the Philadelphia Eagles team hotel, and they have a tough task here at Super Bowl 59. They want to take down the two-time defending Chiefs. First ever three-team as Super Bowl champions. Now, as if Patrick Mahomes, their star quarterback, needs any more motivation. He's already been to 5 Super Bowls in 7 seasons, including 3 wins. Found out just a minute ago that he does have some kind of motivation this time around. His newborn baby daughter, Golden.
It's always motivating whenever you have another baby. I mean, just because I want them to have the same experiences that the other two have. And, she's been amazing. She's been sleeping well. Mom's been extremely happy with her, and excited for her to be able to go up there. I think this will be her first football game at the Super Bowl, and hopefully we get her a win.
Baby Golden picked a great game to be her first one. On the other side, there was some added motivation for Saquon Barkley, the Philadelphia Eagles' 2,000-yard rusher, MVP candidate, running back. Super Bowl Sunday will be his birthday, so we caught up with him to ask how he feels about that.
I think it's pretty cool that the Super Bowl lands on my birthday. Birthday, same birthday too. Yeah, I think winning the Super Bowl on your birthday, or whether it's the day before or the day after, I think it's winning the Super Bowl in general. It's such a cool moment, and it puts you in football royalty, and it's something that you want to accomplish since you're a little kid. So whether it was on my birthday or not, to be able to win it would mean everything, would mean the world.
Saquon will turn 28 on Super Bowl Sunday in his first ever Super Bowl. And his teammate that he mentioned, Cooper DeJean, it's his birthday as well.
When you upgrade to VIP status, you get access to exclusive lounges, concierge, and valet services. Isn't it time
Quite
you
right,
partied
it's back
with
there
people
for us.
in your
Thank you for
own
watching. I'm John
backyard?
Board. CNN YouTube continues. My friend and colleague Rosemary Church. Shortly. See you back with me.
Sure, there's a bit in cash gives CNN. You've got useless no, so on. It's the best no day ever. We do ridiculous things to give our pets the best life. But one simple thing can help you get the best care. Get pet insurance at puppy.care.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drives, or MP3s. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com.
Big on family being there.
It's huge. Like, make them better. What would you do if you could rescue all of this?
Do I smell even more cinnamon? Now more cinnamon.
Your hair is personal, and so is hair loss. Through Hims, you can get access to proven ingredients and simple-to-use formulas for all types of hair loss, so you can find a treatment that works for you. For regrowth in 3 to 6 months, get started today at Hims.com.
I'm Becky Anderson in Abu Dhabi, and this is CNN.
Hello and welcome to our viewers joining us from all around the world and everyone streaming us on CNN Max. I'm Rosemary Church. Just ahead, a shocking proposal from the US President. Donald Trump says the US will take control of Gaza and permanently displace Palestinians. Investigators seek answers as Sweden mourns the worst mass shooting in the country's history. And the unbearable wait is finally over. One toddler's arduous journey for life-saving medical treatment with just days to spare.
Live from Atlanta, this is CNN Newsroom with Rosemary Church.
Thanks for joining us. Well, in a stunning announcement, President Donald Trump says the US, quote, will take over the Gaza Strip, and he doesn't think there's a permanent future for Palestinians in the enclave. During a news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday, Mr. Trump suggested Palestinians would move to other countries in the Middle East, and the US would, quote, develop Gaza. Here's his explanation for what the US might attempt, along with praise from Netanyahu for his, quote, fresh ideas.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, and create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different.
I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time and time again,
Hancock joins me now live from Abu Dhabi. So, Paula, how is the region responding to President Trump's proposal to take over Gaza and forcibly relocate Palestinians to other nations in the Middle East? Well, Rosemary, there has been a fair pushback, as you might imagine, just after this press conference by the U.S. president. There was a statement from the Saudi Arabian Foreign Ministry reasserting the fact that they support a two-state solution, that they support the creation of a Palestinian state. Now, we do know that the US president is keen to push forward a deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel for potential normalization to expand on what he did in his first term. But Saudi Arabia making it very clear that the Palestinian state is non-negotiable. We've heard similar things from Egypt and Jordan when in just recent days President Trump suggested that they take more Palestinian refugees from Gaza. Both of those countries push back on that strongly. Now, we have heard as well this morning from some Palestinians, from one independent lawmaker, Mustafa Barghouti, saying that all Palestinians, without exception, completely reject Trump's comments. Also going on to say that this is in complete violation of international law and represents a call for ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime. Now, putting the legalities and the ethical issues to one side, there is very unlikely to be any support in this region, bar those far-right elements within Israel itself. He himself to the far right of the coalition of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We heard from one of them, Ben Gvir, who has since left the coalition because he didn't support the hostage ceasefire deal. He said that this is what he has been talking about consistently, but was criticised for it. He has pointed out that that Palestinians should be moved out of Gaza and that Israelis should settle that area. So what we are seeing here is really almost a fringe element of the far right ideology. The fact that they believe that there should be Palestinians moved out of Gaza and settled elsewhere really now become part of the mainstream discussion. It is receiving a significant amount of pushback from many sides, but it is now being discussed, and that is what the US president has done with this press conference. It will be interesting throughout the day. I'm sure we will hear more reaction from those in this region and also further afield. What we didn't hear much about, though, was what we were expecting this meeting would focus on, and that is the ceasefire hostage deal in Gaza. We are in the process of phase one. The two sides were supposed to indirectly meet, Hamas and Israel, indirectly discuss moving to phase two of this ceasefire deal. Very little was said about that, although President Trump did say he believed that there could be a deal, but that was expected to be the focus of this discussion, and it certainly wasn't. Rosemary?
Indeed. Paula Hancock's bringing us that live report from Abu Dhabi. Many thanks. Kimberly Dozier is a CNN Global Affairs analyst. She joins me now from Washington. Appreciate you being with us.
And it's an interesting evening on which to join you.
Indeed. And, of course, in an explosive proposal, US President Donald Trump suggested America take over Gaza and develop it into the Riviera of the Middle East, his words. He said, quote, "We will own it long term." And he even suggested potentially using US troops to forcibly remove Palestinians in Gaza and resettle them in Egypt and Jordan, two nations that have already rejected that idea, along with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. I want to get your response.
Well, he outlined a plan that was so outrageous, but also so vague that as I've read different headlines, whether it's Al Jazeera or the Jerusalem Post or the BBC, it's like an ink blot test, the way people have interpreted what he said. Now, the worst possible interpretation is he is saying, I do not rule out the possibility of even using U.S. troops to take over Gaza, flatten it, move the Palestinians out, and turn it into some sort of development zone, and move those Palestinians to Jordan and Egypt, even though those two countries have already articulated that they don't want any refugees. That is the best possible, that interpreted in parts of the Gulf by some of the diplomats who've reached out to me. But he could also mean it in the New York real estate way, that the U.S. would be owning the redevelopment of Gaza in which Palestinians could return. And that is also how it's being interpreted in some other quarters. And I think that's probably what Trump's national security team right now will probably be trying to pull together, because they don't want to put U.S. troops in harm's way and take on the multi-billion-dollar costs of demilitarizing and rebuilding Gaza.
Right. Of course, this meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu was supposed to tackle the second phase of the ceasefire and hostage release deal agreed to by Israel and Hamas. What happens to that fragile agreement, given this brazen proposal from Trump? I mean, how will Hamas respond to this?
Well, Hamas has already said in some comments in social media that this is unhelpful. The proposal for phase two, the tension between the two men was going into this meeting that President Trump wants the fighting over so that he can get on to the rebuilding and expanding the Abraham Accords that talks about peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia and then beyond, whereas Netanyahu, for his coalition to survive, needs to continue to fight against Hamas to remove them from Gaza, possibly before phase two. So that was the tension going into this meeting. This proposal upends that discussion and also sort of takes the heat and the pressure off Netanyahu. It will be surely seen as Trump's commitment to work with Israel to remove Hamas from Gaza at the very least. And that was the allowance for a return to fighting that Netanyahu was looking for when he came to Washington.
And as we discussed, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates have all rejected President Trump's proposal to permanently relocate Palestinians from Gaza.
Other players. This is a non-starter across the economy, especially in the Arab Street. The population in Arab and Muslim communities have been watching the horror in Gaza. They will not stomach the displacement permanently of the Palestinian population from Gaza. And those 1.8 to 2 million Gazans inside that territory right now, only some of them currently support Hamas, but if they are ordered to leave by the United States, I think you recruit every single one of them to the cause to fight not just Israel, but any U.S. troops that might dare try to enter their territory.
Kimberly Dozier, our thanks for your analysis. Appreciate it. The CIA is now the first major national security agency offering buyouts to its entire workforce, a radical step as Donald Trump looks to shrink the federal government. Every employee at the Central Intelligence Agency can get about 8 months of pay and benefits if they voluntarily quit their jobs. But sources tell CNN some areas of expertise are likely off limits and won't be eligible for the offer. Now, this comes as the Trump administration is planning widespread layoffs across a number of federal agencies, giving tens of thousands of government workers until Thursday to either accept a buyout or risk losing their jobs. One administration official says more than 20,000 federal workers have agreed to the so-called deferred resignation offer. That represents about 1% of the roughly 2 million federal employees who received the offer. The White House says its target is between 5 and 10% of employees to resign. Federal workers' unions, however, are challenging the legality of this in court. Congressional Democrats are also opposed to the resignation offers, and they're calling out tech billionaire Elon Musk for leading the effort to weaken government agencies.
To our Republican colleagues, if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist! We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses. We have days to stop the destruction of our democracy. We have work to do. Tell Elon Musk to take his hands off your money.
The U.S. Postal Service says it will not accept incoming parcels from China and Hong Kong until further notice. The government agency did not provide a reason for the temporary suspension, but said...
Come on, bro.
Effective. The announcement comes just days after Donald Trump...
Over there.
...that allowed anyone to ship packages worth less than $800 to the U.S. without paying duties or undergoing inspections. This move from the Postal Service comes just one day after U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports to the U.S. took effect, with China introducing its own retaliatory tariffs. Well, meanwhile, Donald Trump is shrugging off China's response. On Monday, he said he intended to speak to China within 24 hours, but now he says he's in no rush to talk with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. CNN's Will Ripley picks up the story.
The retaliation from China, fast and fierce. Just minutes after President Donald Trump's sweeping 10% China tariffs kicked in, Beijing fired its own economic salvo. A 15% tax on some U.S. coal and liquefied natural gas. A 10% tariff on American crude oil, cars, and farm equipment. New export restrictions on rare minerals, vital for U.S. tech and defense.
When you're dealing with the Chinese government, you really are looking to try to find a way that nobody really looks bad.
With tariffs piling up and both sides digging in, all eyes are now on a crucial upcoming call between President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping. That conversation could set the tone for whatever comes next. A last-minute deal or a full-blown trade war.
Trump has shown himself, frankly, to be an unreliable partner. I'm not sure I'd want to invest in the United States right now if I were a foreign entity, given that these sorts of shenanigans can be on again, off again, according to the president's whim.
China also announced it's going after Google, launching an antitrust investigation. Google's search engine is not available in China, but it does have limited operations there. The move signals Beijing's willingness to target major U.S. tech firms in its retaliation. One wild card in Trump's China strategy, Elon Musk. The Tesla CEO has deep business ties in China. The Shanghai Gigafactory produces a significant portion of Tesla's global output. His close relationship with the Chinese authorities could make him a pivotal figure in the unfolding trade tensions.
Not only does Donald Trump think he is, I believe his wording was super genius, but we know that the PRC is also very invested in Elon Musk maintaining its business within China.
China is also taking the fight to the World Trade Organization, accusing the U.S. of violating international trade rules. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce says trade and tariff wars have no winners. Trump and Xi once shared what Trump called magical diplomatic moments, from their first meeting at Mar-a-Lago to an unprecedented state visit to Beijing's Forbidden City. He's even called Xi brilliant.
I have a great respect for their president, as you know, President Xi.
But now Trump is ramping up economic pressure, still insisting he should strike a deal with Beijing. A fast-moving, high-stakes economic battle that may be just beginning. And China is signaling potential for more retaliation, saying there could be more countermeasures if the U.S. doesn't back down here. No indication from President Trump that that will be happening anytime soon.
Seems like a lifetime ago we were simple bank robbers minding our own business and other people's money. And then we got paid by a tech idiot to get a load of data which pointed to a rogue Russian attack on the IAEA.
So he's saying,
which led to us working for the IAEA and that tech idiot stopping some kind of Russian invasion. Only, it turned out the Russians were the good guys. And the tech idiot and his idiot AI were going
Hello, friend. Long time no see. How are you? I've been good. Been good, and yourself?
Choose your ride and let's get this underway. The Conjali. All right, now get to that tunnel. This underground launch facility, it was built in the 60s, height of the Cold War atomic paranoia. They didn't want civilians to know their nuclear arsenal was stockpiled just over the Vinewood Hills. The entrance has been sealed for decades, but from the looks of it, it's open now. If it was closed once, it can close again. We need to move quick, folks. How we feeling? We think we can outthink the most advanced, but still pretty stupid neural network in the world? In the world? I wouldn't go that far. Beijing's meant to be cooking up something pretty special over there. Shenzhen, Pyongyang, Tel Aviv, Quito, they've all got recurrent neural network programs. Clifford's top 10, maybe for complexity. Sociopathy, on the other hand, he might be the top. It's what
A much harder line than Mexico and Canada, which at the last minute struck deals with President Trump to at least delay those U.S. tariffs. China has made no such concessions, particularly on the issue of fentanyl, which they insist, in their words, is America's problem. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
We're getting new details about a mass shooting at a school in Sweden that left about 10 people dead, why police believe the death toll could rise.
Takes the floor and deep into those hard-to-reach places. I promise the duck will change the way you clean.
Get the horsepower duck and bag for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package. A $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those flat crevices, and the brush nozzle to vacuum with no scratches. You'll get the duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-908-1581 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-908-1581 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
There's so much ease with using BetterHelp.
I knew that I wanted to get help immediately. I was going to be able to see a therapist within that same week.
Now I feel so much more confident in expressing myself, and that's been a great gift.
And this is CNN.
Officials in Sweden say they're in the early stages of their investigation into the worst mass shooting in the country's history. Police say about 10 people were killed and many others injured when a gunman opened fire at a school for adults. Police believe the shooting is not terror-related and the gunman who acted alone is among the dead. CNN's Melissa Bell has more. Some new details are emerging after the dreadful shooting that took place just after midday in the town of Örebro, western Sweden, where a gunman went on a rampage at what we understand was an adult learning center, but on campus where there are schools for children as well. Police are saying that multiple people died in the attack, and it was to a shocked nation and country. So, last case that the Swedish Prime Minister spoke.
We are all settled.
Today's brutal, deadly violence against completely innocent people. This is the worst mass shooting in Swedish history, he says.
But he say that the death toll could continue to rise, given that there are still several wounded people in hospital. They've also said that they're trying to figure out what this man's motive may have been. They say the perpetrator was a man, and that they believed he was killed during that shootout itself. But there was terrorism at the height of this attack, the worst in Sweden's history. Most of our Paris.
At least 5 people have been killed in a Russian strike on a town in Ukraine's eastern Kharkiv region. The regional governor says he believes the Russians used a ballistic missile in the attack. At least 55 people were injured. It comes as President Volodymyr Zelensky reported more than 45,000 Ukrainians have been killed in the 3-year war, and 390,000. Still to come, a 2-year-old Palestinian girl finally arrives in Jordan for life-saving medical treatment, but not before a harrowing weeks-long journey to escape the war-torn Gaza.
Inside Africa, in association with Zenit Bank.
The year of the platform, we return to Africa to see how businesses and entrepreneurs are capitalizing on the momentum, turning Afghan legacy into opportunity. For much of the Ivory Coast run through the tournament, the team stayed at a hotel that embodied the growing luxury tourism scene in the country.
The AFCON has put forward Ivory Coast on the international scene, and Amazon family obviously benefited from this. For the whole month of the competition, we've been leading this competition from the inside, but with the population as well. Whenever the team was coming back after a victory, you could hear from the outside the crowd shouting and the happiness of living this moment.
The following message will sweep you off your feet.
Are you still cleaning your floors with a broom and dustpan?
Or down on your hands and knees with paper towels?
Or dragging out your big heavy vacuum?
Forget about it! Customary back with another incredible invention.
It's the Zippy Sweeper, the rechargeable cordless sweeper that's lightweight and compact. With an advanced triangular design that gets into corners and features 360-degree omnidirectional cleaning.
It cleans any mess on carpet, hardboard, even long baseboard in any direction.
Watch this. It cleans dirty dust.
No.
It cleans up wet vegetables. And stay tuned to find out how you can save big with this QR code. The secret? Advanced tri-brush technology. There's a separate brush on each side of the unique triangular head. No matter which way you move the triangular spinning head, the 3 high-speed spinning brushes will sweep every speck from your floor right to the built-in quick-release dirt tray.
Ordinary vacuums can miss messes in corners, but not the Zippy Sweeper. Its triangular head and built-in spinning edge brush pull out for corners where vacuums miss.
Sorry, Fido.
Swiveling head and super low profile design, you can clean under your furniture without moving it.
The Zippy cordless sweeper is 5 times lighter than an average vacuum cleaner, so it's great for cleaning the stairs. Zip into the future with Zippy Sweeper.
Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $19.99. But if you call or scan the QR code now, you can get it for the exclusive on-sale price for just $79.99. And with free shipping. Order now.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in New York, and this is CNN.
Gupta.
The Thompson's new front door looks sharp, right?
Did we need to wave her down to tell her that? For a young homeowner turning into their parents, neighborhood.
Been using hers for 7 months, and I've lost 40 pounds. It feels amazing. I have always had an issue with pushing. I never felt full. With the hers medication, I'm able to get full. Hers, I can contact my refrigerator with a huge. Everything I need is right there. I'm 60 years old. It is never too late to make a change. See if GLP-1s are right for you. Make a change today at GoHers.com.
I'm Nick Robertson on the Baltic Sea, and this is CNN.
The pain and suffering of war continues despite ceasefire in Gaza. Palestinian public forced to wait weeks for permission to leave the enclave of life-saving medical treatment is finally being told receiving critical medical care. CNN's Giovanna Caracci has more on the little girl journey in Gaza and a warning this report contains disturbing. Dennis preparing her baby girl for the grave. Habib is finally leaving Gaza for life-saving treatment. And none of this is what the wait has done to the team.
Cut it out! Get away!
Days.
Stupid
We followed
bitch.
Habiba's fight for her life for after our CNN report, Jordan heard her cries for help and decided to evacuate her for treatment for a suspected rare genetic condition. But it took nearly 2 weeks, time Habiba doesn't have to make it happen. The negotiations with Israel described as difficult by Jordanian officials. Israeli authorities did not respond to CNN's repeated requests for comment on the delay in Habiba's evacuation. Over the past week, as her mother helplessly watched Habiba teeter between life and death in intensive care, Rena had to also go through a roller coaster of emotions. As they prepared to leave for an evacuation that was later canceled, Rena got crushing news. Israel would not let her leave Gaza with Habiba, forcing this mother to make an impossible choice: to let go of Habiba to save her life. Dear Lord, if this is your will, accept it, she prayed. But it was just too much to accept. Rena has to stay strong. She's Habiba's everything. On Monday, they woke up to good news. Jordan secured approval for Rena to travel with Habiba. But this time, just as they got ready to go, they were told her son no longer had Israeli permission to leave. You're a big boy. I know how hard this is for you, Rena says. God will take care of you better than I ever will. No one can make Habiba smile and forget her pains like her only brother, Suhaib. He even brings out her cheeky side. I'm going to go and leave you, Habiba says. But the thought of being left all alone is just terrifying for the 11-year-old. I don't know what I'll do without them. Where do I go now? Suhaib cries. It's time to go. The ambulance is here. Suhaib puts on a brave face for their goodbyes. Before they head out, another twist. Suhaib is clear to join them. Jordan tried to spare Habiba this harsh, long journey by land, but Israel wouldn't approve a Jordanian airlift. Across the border in Jordan, there's no time to waste. The military medevac chopper King Abdullah orders is here for Habiba, ready for when she crosses into Jordan. With nightfall, the moment they've been waiting for, medics move fast to get the toddler. Habiba peeks out quietly from under her blanket, too young to understand what this is all about. They head to the chopper. She wants Mama. They need to get her fast to the hospital, but they do it gently.
It's a quick trip to the hospital. The medical team is here and ready. They're going to be monitoring Habiba every second of this trip. Habiba's stable, but she's just arrived from an exhausting journey out of intensive care. For a shattered Rana, it's too early to feel release. As we get ready to take off, the team comforts Habiba. It's the first time this family is flying, their first time seeing the world outside of the sea of Gaza. Habiba's story is one where thousands of children become another faceless statistic of this war, trapped in Gaza and deprived of life-saving medical treatment. Yeah. On Monday, Israeli authorities said they approved Habiba's evacuation as a, quote, exceptional humanitarian gesture. As soon as she arrives at the hospital, medical staff begin what doctors in Gaza couldn't do. A full clinical diagnosis over the next 24 hours. Doctors here hope they'll be able to save Habiba's right leg and her arms, but they also fear it may be too late. The journey out of Gaza may be over, but another difficult battle now begins for little Habiba. Jumana Karachi, CNN, Amman. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned to get $100 in free cookware. This extra deep square pan set and this 6-piece knife set, absolutely free. Your cookware is worn and scratched, ready for the trash. But a new set can cost $500 or even $600. Introducing Gotham Steel Free. Brand new ultra-modern cookware at our lowest price ever, direct from the factory. Every piece of this gorgeous set is ultra non-stick. Everything slips and slides in this pan. It's 2 times more non-stick than other pans. Even the sticky crusty candy pops out with ease. It's engineered with extremely strong titanium and tri-finished with ultra non-stick ceramic, so you can cook healthier without any oil and butter. Then a quick wipe and it's sparkling clean. No more hot spots or burning. Everything is cooked with precision. These pans come with vented glass lids and are oven safe up to 500 degrees. Plus, they're dishwasher safe and PFOA free. Similar high-end sets can sell for more than $600, but call or go online now to own the Gotham Steel Freeze 10-piece set. Not for $600, not even for $300, but factory direct for just 5 payments of $49.99. Plus, order today during this show and drop one payment. So it's just 4 payments of $49.99. And it's so durable, it comes with our exclusive 10-year warranty. You'll also get the free extra-large square pan set. It's the perfect blend of style and functionality, plus the large square shape. Coated stainless steel blades. Together, they're a $100 value, yours free. That's an incredible Gotham Steel Free 20-piece set, all for just 4 payments of $49.99. Plus, we'll ship the entire order to you free. Call or go online now. If you wonder, call 1-800-282-8046 or go to GothamFreeSet.com. To call 1-800-282-8046. That's 1-800-282-8046 or go to GothamFreeSet.com.
This is working every day and every way. But who wants to drag out that bulky vacuum? Hey folks, Joe Fowler here. Sticky cleaning parts. We can't leave any trace of them, not one scrap of carbon. Suction. It's for small, but making it quick and easy to clean. It even designed to reach the tightest places. It's smoky. Look at this. It even fits inside my pocket. So store it in any drawer where it's always fingertips. Plus, it dumps out days, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to dry out this huge thing called a portable vacuum cleaner. Yeah, I put it in my kitchen drawer and
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Let's prove the power of the duct. I attach it to the hose. It's going to pull water right up through the tube. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even the sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? I promise.
Yours free. You get the bendable tube to get under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the brush nozzle to vacuum with no scratches. You'll get the duct with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Stock it up today.
Call 1-800-908-1581 or visit duckback.com. Call 1-800-908-1581 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Using BetterHelp can be as easy as opening your laptop or your phone and clicking a button. And that's what makes all the difference.
I'm Mike Cleary in Seoul, South Korea. This is CNN.
Known as Greece's Instagram island, Santorini is typically flooded with tourists, but right now visitors and many residents are heading back to the mainland as hundreds of earthquakes rattle the famous hotspot. Over the past 3 days, about 550 quakes with a magnitude of 3.0 have been recorded in the Aegean Sea, just offshore from Santorini. And the island was hit by a 4.8 magnitude quake Tuesday morning. Officials predict the unprecedented seismic activity could continue for many more days, if not weeks. Well, scientists are monitoring an asteroid that has a very small chance of hitting the Earth in 2032. The spacecraft called Asteroid 2024 YR4 has an almost 99% chance of safely passing our planet. But a possible impact can't be entirely ruled out. Scientists estimate the asteroid is a little smaller than a football field, and it's traveling at around 15 times the speed of a bullet. And they're working on measures to prevent it from striking Earth. Last year, NASA successfully tested a spacecraft designed to change the path of a space object that might be on a collision course with Earth. I want to thank you so much for joining us. I'm Rosemary Church. World Sport is coming up next. Then I'll be back in about 15 minutes with more CNN News Breakfast.
The following message will sweep you off your feet.
Are you still for dragging out your big...
And the gag is, now that she has made this statement, I'm not following you. Because you have told me the type of bitch you are. But if you would have said, look, I gotta ride this contract out. Once the contract happens, I'm gonna be ridiculous. So she could have just said that. Even if she re-signed her contract, she could have said, I got this contract to this time, but when it's time for me to re-sign, I'm gonna do re-thinking. I'm gonna engage with her because I'm disappointed. That would have gave a signal to Target, and that would have kept your thing intact. To me. But because you keep taking the stance that you're taking, probably they still do the opposite. There's so many things that she could have done, ways to have handled it, but because you did this route, I'll unfollow her. That's just me. So I can't. Yeah. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. I don't want Tabitha Brown not to be successful. Be who you are. Let's also talk about this too, because the history tell us. The history be telling us, y'all. All right, so right after that. So now you promoting Cadillac. So you got a Cadillac sponsorship. Cool. All right, so you promoting Cadillac. The irony of that, this is the irony of that, and why this is just a whole ways undercut what we're trying to do. So if you know the history of Cadillac, so if you black, you know Cadillac is a part of our culture. Digging in the scene of Italy, sunroof time. Cadillacs are a part of our culture. You know why Cadillacs are a part of our culture? Does anybody know the history of Ford and Cadillacs and Black America? Why is that a black thing? Why is Cadillac, you know, classic, boomer, from millennial? Why is that? We used to make them. No, we used to make them. Not just the used to make. You don't know? So we didn't just used to make them. So they were going out of business. Cadillac, the brand, was going out of business and failing. But they were looking at their numbers and they realized that black people, even if you sold the cars for 20% more, they were paying for Cadillac. Because this was one of the cars that they were given access to. Because we talked about redlining and loans and blah, 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 blah. White folks didn't used to want to give us none of the high-thinking stuff, Rolls Royce and blah, 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 blah. They didn't want to give us none of that stuff. The car that we had access to was Cadillac. And they used to price gouge. But because we hard workers and we want to seem like we high mighty and rolling, we would break our necks to buy these Cadillacs because the people who were selling them was giving us access to a higher price point. And they saw those numbers and was like, oh, the black people are keeping, even though we're failing, they're kind of keeping us afloat. So why don't we create a marketing campaign going after black people because they would even buy them at a higher price. And we, our black ass, falling for this life. Capitalist game. The image, our black ass brought them back from the brink of death. They were the Newport of cars, absolutely. People who don't know Newport. Newport is one of the things. We made Newport popular. Just like we made Backwoods popular. Just like there's things that we make popular. And so the reason why Cadillac is the car for black folks is because they marketed to us and price gouged us, and that we turned them around. We turned that brand around and grew it to where it is today. So it's ironic that they would push us out of the car industry in Detroit. We helped not only to build it, but to keep the whole brand alive, keep the Cadillac brand alive. So it's ironic that she would get a Cadillac deal and be promoting Cadillac. Cadillac and Lincoln were GM and Ford's luxury, absolutely. And it was us, and they price gouged us. It wasn't like, ooh, let's make it cheaper for black people to get access to it. No, they were seeing that black people were paying it at astronomical 20% price hike rates. And so it's quite ironic that she would be doing a Cadillac commercial.
She's all yours.
The grill. The grill. You know, and they put different
We love Tab. The reason why we love Tab is because she's black as hell in her recipe. She's black as hell in her, not ambiguously black. We know that's a black. We know she's Southern. It's giving very Aunt Jemima. It's giving very Aunt Jemima in a fur.
Chopper team will hold position above the lab, trying to stop the ground team getting swamped inside.
I mean, the joke's right itself. It's like, okay. So it's ironic that yeah. They always use it. It's always capitalism. It's always capitalism that kind of undercuts. Even when we think about the Black Panther Party.
Triggering the EMP. Get ready to jump. Pilot, keep the
You
chopper
think about
position
Malcolm
to the
X.
ground team have reached. You're in a surveillance black spot. They don't want you drifting out yet.
A lot of the people
Inside, descend and provide cover.
that they were getting do these kind of under, behind the scenes, espionage, sneaking and getting the tea. They were getting the poorest dudes who were poor, who needed access. First Nelly and Snoop.
Chopper team, there's movement on the radar to the west of you. Be ready to engage.
You know. That's the point. But don't make us, don't try to guilt trip us.
Emergency generator. As long as the main switch is off, that won't cause
Like we don't support Black history.
direct hit. The ground team are making progress. We're almost there.
Unfortunately, she gives way too many Mandy souls to pandering for her own game just today.
Meriwether's dispatch area.
Now,
Chopper team, take them
I
down.
do think that sometimes people over exaggerate that. I think just because she's Southern, people love to give men, they can give men. Just like they were saying Lizzo gave Mammy just because she was big.
Now one's gone.
So we gotta be careful about that. But I think in this context, she's giving it.
We have lost tracking on the ground team. We can't pinpoint their location.
So, okay, we've given her all this, but what about the rappers?
Chopper team, the ground team are swimming out through the cooling tunnel. Their signals will have gone dark, but get ready to pull them out. Meriwether 4x4 is en route to the lab. Our people
I've already
inside
talked
won't
about
get out if those reinforcements get there.
Snoop and Nelly. I'm talking about that now because it's current. I talked about Chad and Snoop in another week. I mean, not Chad and Snoop, but Snoop and Nelly, and they're selling out 18 naps already. But I can also walk and chew gum at the same time. So I can talk about Sam. I can talk about Nelly. I can talk about Chrisette Michelle. I can talk about Candace Owens. I can talk about Elon Musk. I can call all people out. And just right now, putting out Sam. Because somebody earlier in the conversation asked me what my thoughts were. If somebody asked me what my thoughts was today on Snoop and Nelly, I would talk about that. So I'm saying that because I don't want you to think that I'm being a misogynoir person. Just focus on the black woman. I don't do that ever. I'm just focused on her now because somebody asked. But also, there's people that I love. I'm going to hold people that I love more accountable than people I already know themselves. For example, I love that. I adore her. But Snoop Dogg and Nelly come up in the gangster rap or that kind of exploitative misogynoir era of rap. So who comes to fucking be mixed with women on leash? I don't expect to actually have integrity in that way. We never had. So I can tell you, my response to him is going to be different than my response to an Angela Bassett seller. Love and you already know. But Dr. Dre, I already know them motherfuckers don't give a fuck about black people. They don't give a fuck about black people too much anyway. Black men, yeah. But as community-wise, I can tell by how they move in their heart that they don't give a fuck. But you know what I'm saying? There's just certain people that I'm going to be more devastated about. And I don't think that's misogynoir. I just feel like I care about it. There's a difference between my husband stealing my money and then some of my next door neighbors stealing. My husband stealing my money. My next door neighbors stealing my money. I'm going to be mad at both of you. But it's two different things. You live with me. You live with me. You have my heart. There's a vulnerability that I have with you because you are in my house. Ain't no loyalty from this motherfucker. See, I don't find it surprising that people in that age
When I ran agents in the field, I had to entrap them, cajole them, threaten them with deportation. You're never gonna know what I had to do. Now, apparently, all you gotta do is give them a couple bucks and a few kind words. I guess there really is no accounting for stupidity. But, and I'm serious now, as stupid as you are not gonna talk about what happened here. Because your usefulness to us, well, it just ran out. And for God's sake, I hope you're professional enough to get rid of the evidence.
Going to Kingdom Hall as a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not. So my aunt, who I started saying after I got out of the coaching church, was a Jehovah's Witness, and I knew how they felt. So Prince being a homophobe was not a surprise to me once I learned that he was a Jehovah's Witness. That wasn't a surprise to me. If Queen Latifah did some silly shit, I would weep. Same. There's just certain people that have a different reverence for me that I would be devastated. I'm like, oh damn. Recently, I found out that Michelle Idiotello was a trans. Didn't know that. Cassandra, so you know, growing up in the kingdom, going to the hall, you know it's wasn't a surprise at all. You know.
Let's go somewhere with a little
Yeah.
more privacy. God damn. A loser.
Hotel folks typically are churches. You can't automatically. We know that there are some anti-trans queer people. Like, y'all can't be that silly. To know. Y'all know. I see you see them.
You got half a Columbia up your nose. Why would I go to a strip?
Who is Sherry? Sherry Shepherd. Is that who you talking about? 25 is a year of popping the fake love bubble. Cheryl Underwood preaching to unmarried women. As one was I. It's I, but also not surprising. Cheryl Underwood has been pick me since I was a child. I have never known Cheryl not be a pick me. But music, this is a problem. The reason why she can protect her wealth is because of feminist stuff. A lot of these pick-me's love to benefit from the feminist stuff, but their mouth says anti-feminist shit. They love to benefit from the work of feminists.
Wow.
They love when it's time to sue their husbands, when it's time to own property, when it's time to do what they need to do with the gains that the women's movement has gained. They love the benefit of it.
Good luck finding someone who puts up with your bullshit like I did.
But out of their mouth, they will say something different. And I don't think that that's a feminist take. That's just an opportunist. You still a patriarch. A patriarch with a pussy. Pussy patriarch. See, I understand the Cheryl Lee route. Yeah, I understand it. But I also think that that is a privilege that Cheryl Lee Ralph has. You are a rich woman with your own career. He is a rich man with his own career. You have the luxury of doing that. Most people in marriages, they are together because they benefit each other. Especially if you poor or you middle class, both of y'all is, honey, thriving because y'all benefit each other.
So what you looking for?
You know? Because I don't think that's uniquely
But I still got plenty
or
of
uniquely in that generation. That the generation that you're talking about, that older generation that we talk about, Cheryl Lee Brown, honey, that's the same generation that was bucking up against the patriarchy that created the women's movement. The second wave, the third wave. That same generation is the one who got us to where we are. So, just like now, there's women who are like, oh yeah, I want to be a wife and be a trad wife and stay home and blah 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 blah. Of course, because the economy is bad, bitch. Of course, you want to stay home while you go work and you take care of kids. Me too, bitch. Me too. Put all the pressures on him. Be the breadwinner. I would love it. Pay these bills while I sit around and clean up. Sure. Not saying that that's not work. Not saying that that's not hard. But sure. I'll take that life too. But the problem with that life that only works with a bitch that ain't got no ambition, that don't got no drive, that don't want nothing else out of life. Because when you have any other goals that don't align with him paying all the bills, what you want to do, it's going to be a whole different ball. It's going to be a whole different ball game. They going to get to kicking your ass. They're going to get to kick. You get to trying to They gonna get the guilt tripping you. You get to try to build your own business and make your own money. Da. It could be a whole different scenario. Most men who are like that expect something. Oh, as a matter of fact. There's an expectation. Expectation, darling. I must have didn't save it. Let's see if I saved it. Let's see if I saved it. Where to the tools. Oh, here it goes. I think this is perfect. I think this is a perfect example. Because dudes be trying to act like women, like they'll say some stuff like, y'all always get shit free. Y'all want to pay for the day. We got to pay for the day. Y'all get in the clubs free. Da. She says it perfectly.
Women you want to sleep with. If we go in the club for free, it's because you let us get in the club for free. And you didn't do that because we're a woman. You did it because we were hoping for a return. Men don't just buy women drinks because they're thirsty. They buy them because they're expecting to be paid back in a different currency. It's not about special treatment. It's about lowering admissions and creating a transaction. And women aren't giving gifts for just existing. They're giving gifts if you find them attractive and want something in return. So let's not act like people are just walking up to women in the streets and handing them prizes for being female. You just can't help but turn everything into a monetary conversation. We're talking about how you treat us, and you're talking about what you buy us. The transactional exchanges are somehow synonymous with kindness and respect. You always complain that women are using you for money, but you use money to get women. We've never told you that's all you're worth, but you apparently think that's all you are. You don't even understand that men are the ones who are doing this. Women have never asked for or demanded it. So you may want to figure out who you're actually mad at. This isn't true for women. This is true for women you want to sleep with. If we go in the club for free, it's because you let us get in the club for free. And you didn't do that because we're a woman. You did it because we were hoping for a return. Men don't just buy women drinks because they're thirsty. They buy them because they're expecting to be paid back in a different currency. It's not about special treatment. It's about lowering admissions and creating a transaction. And women aren't giving gifts for just existing. They're giving gifts if you find them attractive and want something in return. It's not act like people are just walking up to women in the streets and handing them prizes for being female. You just can't help but turn everything into a monetary conversation. We're talking about how you treat us, and you're talking about what you buy us. The transactional exchanges are somehow synonymous with kindness and respect. You always complain that women are using you for money, but you use money to get women. We've never told you that's all you're worth, but you apparently think that's all you are. You don't even understand that men are the ones who are doing this. Women have never asked for or demanded it. So you may want to figure out who you're actually mad at.
Right. There's a lot of situations that y'all create yourself because y'all have been in power for so long. And because tides are shifting, you try to blame it on women, especially the women who are playing the game, how the game y'all set up to be played. You feel what I'm saying? Like if a woman is saying, I only want a nigga if he got money and is giving me security.
Why did I do that?
Y'all don't like that. Unless y'all got money. Like you never hear rich niggas complaining about that because they got rich to have that kind of control over their life. I want the type of woman that I want because I got money, and I want her to do what I want her to do because I got money. They're okay with it if they got money. It's the ones that are broke that have a problem with a gold digger. When they got money, they like, I want my money. I want my woman to be so inaccessible because you ain't got the money to afford my woman. And I take care of all her needs. So you can't take her from me. I control
All right, I'm going to bed. I've been on here for 7 hours, bitch. Lord Jesus.
She ain't giving her coochie to nobody.
That's a whole shift at work, bitch.
Rubbing my back, rubbing my feet, cooking my meals because I pay the cost to be the boss. And most men who have money, that's how they move. Most. You gotta get in line.